Hello, and welcome to GGD Gaiden, episode 12, aka the Metropolitan episode. I'm Wes Bates. I'll be the MC for this soiree this evening. We've got a great show planned for y'all, but before we start, I need to introduce my Brotherhood of Badassery. Starting with a very special guest, the Golden Goose himself, Mr. Dan Dreadwolf Geaslen.
All right.
Dreadwolf. Wow.
Yeah.
I'll take that name.
Dan, what's good? Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. I gotta say I've listened to 10 and a half of all 12 episodes, or I guess it's 9 and a half of all 11 episodes that are out there. So sorry about that 1.5 yet. But what's good? Well, this week because we're dads. This week I got to take a couple of my kids backpacking for the first time on like a very last minute, like, hey, let's just go. My friend Jason, aka Mediocre Mando from the Discord, lives in town here, and he was like, hey, another Discord friend, Nomad Jackalope, the two of them were going to go backpacking with Nomad's son. And he was just like, hey, you want to come? And I was like, yeah, of course I do. So off we go. We went for a one overnight. We hiked up. We drove up to about 8,000 feet and then hiked into a place called Shirts Lake. It's also called Lost Lake sometimes, on Snowbank Mountain. And yes, those are real places in Idaho. But the fun part is we actually didn't get to Shirts Lake because the trail was just like completely covered with snow. So we ended up camping kind of just below this pass, where we couldn't get over it because of the snow. And I had a fantastic time. I think it was probably one of the rougher possible introductions to backpacking for my kids, and I'm not sure if they're over the trauma yet, but I had a great time.
That's good. It looks like you're still there.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, this is
wondering if you even made it back. Are you guys still out there in the wilderness?
Actually funny enough. This picture is from that trip. This is kind of a spring where we filtered water in order to keep going. But yeah, we did have fun, and funny enough, we did have cell phone signal, so we actually dropped into the voice chat on Discord at 11 p.m. while guys were playing Fortnite on Wednesday night and said hi from our hammocks. So
that's fun.
But yeah, that's what's good.
Nice. Well, thank you for joining us. We needed some Idaho representation, as you guys might have noticed. Our resident beer boy Zach is not here. He was too busy having a nice time on some beach somewhere to join us. So we pulled Dan in. Dan is the unofficial fifth chair of this podcast. We talk about Dan a lot on this show. Mm-hmm. We're glad to have you, Dan.
Absolutely. Well, good to be here. I'm sorry I don't have the glorious beard of the Zach, but
nobody can grow a beard like Zach. Let's be honest. I mean, it's just impossible.
Yeah, he looks homeless.
We all have beard envy with Zach.
He looks glorious, I think was the word you meant to say.
Yeah.
Just like you, Hunter.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, also joining us, that's a good transition, Dan. Also joining us as usual, Hunter Hardcore Gaisha Pearson.
Hello. Hi. Yeah. If you can't figure out what they're talking about, if you're just listening or not paying close enough attention, I have makeup on. My wife and kids made me look very pretty. It was my punishment for losing hype off. Yeah, there's the wheel of consequences that caused this. So because I suck at hype off, I had to face the consequences, which was putting on the makeup. Now, they could have made me look like a freaking clown. So I guess I'm glad they went with make dad look pretty.
You look so pretty, Hunter.
I feel like for the first time ever, I might have out-prettied Brad. Probably not still, but look at his face. And I hated the experience, and I cannot believe that people do that to their faces every day, because I I can't imagine putting makeup on my face every day. I was like, is this all you do is basically just jam things into your eye sockets? And she's like, pretty much, yeah. I was like, well, this sucks. I'd rather be at the dentist. Anyway, so yes, I am looking very pretty. I have lip gloss on. I'm going to be like all night. I'm going to be doing that with my mouth. It's going to be bothering me every time I take a sip of my beer. But nevertheless, here I am. In all of my
so other than looking smoking hot, I mean, what's good with you?
Few things. Shadow of the Erd Tree, right off the bat, I am absolutely in love with that game so far. It's driving me nuts that none of y'all are really playing it right now. It's because I'm dying to talk to people about it.
You're literally dying.
Yes,
to talk about it.
I've been dying a lot. Unlike a lot of people out there, I love dying in video games, and this one is providing that to me in spades. Thank you, video game. My wife and I went to Philly recently, just this past weekend, to go super adult, and we went to go see a National Public Radio taping of the show Wait, Don't Tell Me, which is something for, a little bit of an older demographic. It's like a comedic news current event show. So we went and did that at the Man Theater in Philly and kind of just hung out there for a day. And I got to see, even though he's not here, I actually got to see Zach. He came closer to me than usually is. So we drove down a couple hours to Raleigh, North Carolina, where he was flying in the day he got here, and hung out with him and his family for 4 or 5 hours, had brunch. It was honestly fantastic to see him in person as opposed to how I normally get to see him, which is on here. So, yeah.
Looks like you guys were getting into some Magic the Gathering.
We did, yeah.
Magic stuff.
It was so funny because my son Holden, who's like getting really into it, like he asked me, he's like, Dad, do you mind asking Uncle Zach if he's going to bring some Magic the Gathering? I was like, I'm sure he is, but I'll ask him. I was like, Zach wants to know if you're going to bring any Magic decks. And he was like, I'm bringing 8. So he actually had to he told me he had to actually take cards out of his bag because it was weighing them down so much he couldn't put them on the check luggage. I was like, yeah, that's
good. Our Zach.
Yeah, so he destroyed us with, I don't even know what I thought he was just making up rules. Like at one point in the game, he actually took a dry erase marker out and was just like making up cards. I was like, you just make up the cards? It's like, give me those cards. I want to make up a card. He was making up tokens, but I was like,
I win.
Yeah, it's like this one does like 80 damage directly to everybody's life. It flies, whatever. I don't know all the rules, but we had fun.
So nice. Speaking of Magic, you may have noticed I called Dan the Golden Goose earlier in the show, and Zach shared a little story with us that I kind of wanted to make mention. It was kind of a reference to that because Dan is incredibly lucky at winning stuff.
Yes.
When we all went to PAX last year, he won like a brand new like state-of-the-art graphics card. And Zach shared a story of with us recently where you guys went to some like Magic event and you like cracked open a random pack and had like 2 of the most rare cards from the new expansion or whatever, like immediately, plus a bunch of other like really good stuff, and he could not believe it. He came to the show when we were recording. He's like, "You will not believe what Dan did."
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Well, couldn't have happened to a better dude.
I need to make mention of one thing that I just realized because it's not gonna bother anybody but me, but I feel like I have to mention it. So I use OBS and Discord to do this, and I just realized that Dan is in the spot I'm usually in OBS, which I flip horizontally because OBS Discord always makes you look mirror image, so I have to flip mine, but I'm not flipped, so I look like I'm mirror image, but so does Dan. So Dan, you and I are both mirror image.
Nice.
I don't know why it's just because my Brian Butter shirt's gonna look backwards on here. I might have to fix that during the break. I'm not gonna do it now.
I'll just make sure not to say anything about, hey, I'm raising my right hand or anything.
Okay.
Too late.
Because that'll throw everybody off.
Exactly. All right. Well, rounding out the crew here, as usual, we have Brad Il Maestro Russell. Brad, what's good?
Oh, what's good? I'll tell you what's good. We are on episode 12 of this show. You guys believe that?
1 whole year, man.
We made it.
So if you remember, early in July of last year, we put out this little video where We kind of had this. We kind of had this little brainstorm session about what this show could be, and then later that month, which would be almost exactly a year to the day, I think, we recorded the first show. So this show's been around for a year. It's been a ton of fun. I still can't believe how awesome the community has been. So to celebrate, I threw together a little something.
Brad, what'd you do?
I spent about the last 2 months digging through on my free time, digging through all the shows, and just kind of found some great moments, and I thought I'd share it with you guys. So if you guys are ready, I'll play this video.
Let me make sure I got this set up. But yeah, go ahead and I think start it when you're ready.
Up. All right, I'm ready to go when you're
ready.
ready.
Let's do it. I think it's good.
Hit it. Remember how we were joking around on Persona the other night about doing a podcast? What would that actually look like? Greetings and welcome to the Great Game Debates Gaiden Podcast, Episode 1. Thanks for joining us. My name is Wes Bates. I'll be the host for this little shindig, the only monthly video game top 10 countdown show featuring a grown-ass man and a Gengar Snuggie.
It's a full-ass one.
I was wondering that. I was like, is it a whole onesie? Because
it's got a onesie.
Oh my god, he's gonna stand.
Oh, it's got tails on the back and a tail.
Joining me today are the best co-conspirators for a podcast that any guy could have. The three sexiest video game dads, the terrific Titanic trio, the host who boasts the most roast, the Yogi to my boo-boo, Big Flamin' Owl, Bear Bro, Average Blade, Tommy Lasorda, Hunter, Ballbuster Pearson.
Hey, how's it going? How are your balls today?
Nice.
My balls are wonderful. Thank you for asking.
I feel like you always intro me first. Is it because I'm your favorite? Is this favoritism? Or
no, it's because Brad's my favorite and I saved the best for last. The Professor of Persona, the Terror of Tartarus, Iron Chef, the Mad Lad, New York,
Victory Cry,
the Pinball Wizard, Dirty Donnie, aka Brad the Impaler, Magic Missile Russell.
You look great.
We're glad that you're here all the same, Brad.
I always look great.
You do. You look
that's
fantastic.
True. And lastly, but not leastly, speaking of crabs, Zach, I have no shame. King of the Carp, the Crunch King, Puppy Love, Liar Liar Pants on Fire, because he's been playing Liza P, the Beard Boy of Bourbon Street, the King of Crabs, Stacked, Zach Pearson.
Sorry to be here and be a millennial menace. Let's get this going.
We like to start the podcast off with a positive spin, so we're going to talk about what's good. Hunter, starting with you, what's good?
We are going to PAX this week.
What was kind of the highlight of our PAX experience? Other than getting together and, hanging out together, because for me that was definitely the highlight.
Demon School was incredible.
It's decorative fucking gourd season.
We're in the trenches and up to our asses in gigantic RPG here.
I got an idea. What if we did a news segment? Yeah, that'd be good. We should do that. For now, I think we need to dig into some news. It's time for News Bites. Ching! Thank you.
Get your news here.
Bummer. PS5 entering the latter stage of its life cycle, somebody says.
Tabletop games, video games, there's anything you can use sometimes for just that escapism, or sometimes just facing challenges that you may not normally face in your life, and it can help you understand how you can face those in your life as well. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic article for you, Brad.
It was only 5 years ago we were still getting super hype this time of year for E3 coming up, and this is just another kind of skid mark in the underwear of the games industry.
Okay, gentlemen, not Zach.
I hope they stab me in the nipples. You can even feel like you're getting kissed by other characters. I mean, I'm definitely better than a suit.
Are you offering to kiss people?
I don't know.
We're playing the game.
Maybe that's the premium package. I'm a good kisser.
I believe it.
All right.
You know what? Top 10. I love top 10. Yes, top 10. Top 10. This isn't just any top 10. This is our community-driven top 10. So we provide the topic, the community provides the nominees, the community votes, and we compile the results into our community top 10. We're going to move on to the Gaiden top 10.
I got to do my own hosting and noise now.
Did you say something, Hunter? I didn't get that.
I just said near.
And to kick things off, what better way to start the GGD Gaiden podcast than a top 10 video game ninja countdown? Batman. Now, I have a little bit of a bone to pick with this number 9 entry. Okay, video game bromances. Sonic and Tails, Toe Jam and Earl, Kratos and Mimir, Joker and Batman. What? Dead video game franchises that we want to see return. Castlevania, the Mother series. Look, Reggie, it's time, okay? Let Mother 3 come out. Dino Crisis, Legacy of Kain. So joining us from the Great Game Debate Podcast, Mr. Caden Barathay Lane.
Hello, everyone. Caden here from the Great Game Debate Podcast, just chiming in with my 2 cents on the Legacy of Kain. It's hands down one of the best stories in gaming, and it's just sitting there. I mean, come on, guys. Remaster, remake, reimagine. I don't care. Just do something with it.
So we're doing shopkeepers. Bring us your best shopkeepers in games.
At number 8, we have Tom Nook.
Tom Nook is the final boss of Animal Crossing. It's just what he is. Without Tom Nook, you don't have a video game.
So it's not a lie to say that you're doing it all for the Nookie. Marcus Kincaid for the Borderlands series.
One of our community members, big fan of this person, Ryan Stubbs.
So, you want to hear a story, huh? One about the merchant who makes sure the heroes are armed to the teeth so that they can save the day? No? Well, too bad. I'm going to tell you anyway.
The top 10 video game robots. HK-47 from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
So we're gonna shift it over to Dan Kelly and his take on HK-47.
Love, Death, and Robots. Though it might be an appropriate title for an animated Netflix series, it is also a title that succinctly embodies all aspects of HK-47 down to the last actuator.
The number 1 robot is BD-1. I'm so happy that BD-1 is at the top of this list. I just love BD-1 to death. He's just such a jolly little droid. Outside of Ahsoka Tano, my favorite Star Wars character. Probably.
Wow.
So he's top droid.
Next month, we're going to do our favorite snow and ice levels. Snow and or ice levels or ice areas or snow levels. So
Skyrim. Connor, why don't you talk to us about snow in Skyrim?
You guys, have you ever heard of this game?
Number 5, we have Snow Peak Ruins from Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Do we have somebody, a guest, to talk to us about Snow Peak Ruins?
I think the biggest Twilight Princess fan maybe alive today.
So let's hear from Jonah.
Hey, it's Jonah, and I'm going to talk to you guys about Snow Peak Ruins from The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
The top 10 list of wacky peripherals. Maybe let's leave the porn stuff out. We don't look, we cuss, but we don't want to I don't want to put up like a video of porn peripheral stuff. Non-porn. Here to help us discuss funky peripherals, we have the funky monk himself, Sly Funky Monk, sometimes Salvieska in the house.
My mom calls me Sly Funky Monk, so whatever you're more comfortable with.
At number 9, Steel Battalion Controller, a community member, friend of the podcast, Bob Buell.
What you get is a 3-paneled 44-button double joystick with the left joystick containing a joystick within the joystick, by the way. 3 foot pedals, a radio dial, 5 switches, and a gear shifter. This is closer to a Chevrolet Silverado than it is the Duke controller. Let's go completely balls to the wall with everything. 2 foot pedals? No, throw a 3rd one on there. 20 buttons? Not enough. 40.
There is nothing to say after that.
The top 10 DLCs. At number 9, we have Brood War from StarCraft.
Nothing really hooked the fans of RTS games like Brood War did. It's something wholly original and unique, and unlike anything that's out now.
And you're like, no, you eat babies. Everybody knows it. You eat babies.
Yeah.
He's like, we eat mushrooms and berries, you fool.
Yeah.
At number 2, we have the Old Hunters DLC from Bloodborne.
We are doing top 10 arcade games.
With an older brother who did not deem me cool enough at the time to take to the arcade with him.
You're too busy wiping your ass.
We've talked about the ass wiping thing on the show before.
All
Okay?
right,
We don't need to keep bringing it up.
all
All
right.
right. Number 9, we have a modern classic, Killer Queen. We have a Killer Queen enthusiast here to give us some backup. Mr. Holden Hintz.
Bottom line here is that Killer Queen is very simple gameplay with a high ceiling. What you see is what you get.
Mortal Kombat 2. And Hunter's so happy that this made it on the list.
Put your recorder on the machine, wait your turn, get your fucking ass handed to you by 23-year-old Dale who worked at the Sbarro next door.
Oh, you could turn someone into a baby, and it's like, no, that's bullshit. There's no way.
Brad, before we move on to our number 3 pick, can we get one more of those Colossus?
Yes.
Oh, Pete, I didn't hear any of that. At number 1, we have Dance Dance Revolution.
Let's go.
Of all games.
Let's go.
Top 10 Animal Companion. Morgana from Persona 5.
I'm sorry, internet. I'm not really a cat person.
Morgana's just can't handle it.
Just freaks out.
Yeah, it's hilarious. At number 9, we have Kazooie from the Banjo-Kazooie games.
Despite her autonomy, Kazooie's loyalty to Banjo remains unwavering, underscoring the strength of their partnership and the depth of their bond.
We have Your Horse from Red Dead Redemption 2.
Everybody's favorite thing about the horses, right?
Colin Boy?
No, it's the big floppy horse balls, right? That's
not my favorite thing, but sure, why not?
But you know, like everybody loves the fact that like they swell. Like if you're like in the heat of Saint Denis, they like swell up and get like big, and then if you like go up to the Grizzlies, they shrivel up in these tiny little. I mean, that's great, right? If that's not companionship, like just getting underneath your horse and checking out his beans. I don't know what companionship is.
Hunter going to the different regions just to jump off his horse and to check his beans.
Dude, you got to check out the beans. It goes into
realistic testicle physics.
Yes, testicle physics for sure. Just
Yoshi from the Super Mario Brothers series. Do we want to do the noise?
Yes, you got to do it.
Do the noise.
Yoshi! We are doing top 10 video game original soundtracks this month.
At number 2, Persona 5 Royal.
You never see it come back. You say that my mind is the best for right.
Should we start bringing back a game club?
Yeah, we need to do more game clubs. Oh, Indie Game Club. Yes. Yeah. This is a good idea. We got to do this nutty Indies Game Club thing.
Indies nuts!
And you know what? I got a game we could do. Evil Tonight, which is a sort of retro-style Super Nintendo-ish Resident Evil game. Heaven's Vault?
I just straight up dozed off. Like while I was flying, and I was just like in my chair with my controller, like asleep. And when I woke up, I was there.
So Dan was kind enough to play along with us.
All right, so talking about Heaven's Vault, as someone who's like done a little bit of studies for my professional life in language and then operating cross-culturally in a different language, I found it super interesting to deal with like what it would look like to turn translation work into a game.
Greece.
This game's a 10 out of 10 for me. It's become part of my life, this game.
I'm with Brad here. This is a perfect game. This is a 10 out of 10 for me.
And we're going to be playing Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. Like, you died, and I was like, yes, I can die.
Had to do. I ended up beating. Shout out to Pucho here because his comment was, "Got the platinum for Turnip Boy."
That's awesome.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Congratulations, Pucho, on your platinum. He's like, with a cherry. We're here to talk about Norco. I gave him my $1, and then I went to talk to other people. They're like, "What? You gave it to Crappy Santa?
Yeah.
What are you doing? He tried to stab us." And the dude that you talked into buying the hot dogs is standing outside the nightclub, and you talk to him, and he tells the most insane, like, disgusting story about what happened to him after he ate.
You don't want to hear it. You could be like, no, I don't want to hear it, but like, you definitely want to hear it.
It's basically him describing these hot dogs rocketing through his GI checks.
So he's going to just quickly like sneak into this limo, and as he's sneaking in, the limo driver, the lieutenant thing is up, the divider is up, and he starts driving off. So he's unloading like just an insane amount of diarrhea shit into the back of this limo.
Gato Roboto.
And I just love the fact that like the ship crash lands because a cat just steps on buttons. Like that's like this is why you can't take cats into space. I picked Jusan.
A little game called On Guard. This month we got a real banger. A real banger. This was Zach's pick. It's Small Saga. What are you, some kind of a sicko? There's nothing normal about drinking titty milk. It's like, here you go. Here's your perv coffee, your perv espresso, your perv.
We need some sort of competition though, don't you think? We're always keeping track of new games that are coming out. Why not compete on that?
We'll do like our.
Like what do you mean? Can you like?
We could do our own like kind of fantasy league, like unofficial like fantasy critic thing. So we each bring a game that we are looking forward to, and everybody else has to tell us what they think it's going to score.
It's time for Hype Up!
Oh, good art. We fucked it up.
Do we ever get it right?
That was good. That was good.
I have a wizard hat sitting out there, and I need a gun because I want to be a wizard with a gun.
This month I'm picking Persona 5 Tactica,
a game called The Last Faith,
Dragon Quest Monsters, The Dark Prince.
What about you, Hunter?
Looks like a Brad game. Skull and Bones. Who knows what this is going to be?
This is Unicorn Overlord is what I'm bringing.
I am bringing Stellar Blade.
Short and sweet on it. It's like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Shout out to Brendan Wims, who just played through the entirety of the series this year.
And I'm super psyched, and I hope I'm not going a little too far, but I gave it a 90.
I'm going to go with an 87.
I had 87 in my brain. Dang you, Zach, and you already set the precedent that we can't be the same score.
79.
70. Oh, we're just prices writing this thing. Right down.
Second rules, 86.
I'm going to go with 87. I guess I'll take a high on this one.
Ooh. We got a variance here. This is either going to win me hype off or lose me hype off.
I think I'm going to go with an 83.
I knew exactly what number you were going to pick.
Because that's the average of your scores.
Mm-hmm. I had it typed into the document before you said it.
That's so funny.
You know, he's here with us. Hold on.
What is
What's that?
You hear that?
Hello, GGD Gaiden crew. This is Wes. Man. Sorry about that. I had a tree frog stuck in my throat.
Dragon's Dogma 2.
So Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to be the first 20 out of 10 video game in video game history. How do I know that? Because Dragon's Dogma 1 was a 10 out of 10, and the 2 in Dragon's Dogma 2 stands for twice as good. You should be excited for Dragon's Dogma 2 because it's going to be a banger!
Alright, so my score is 85. I'm just not interested in this at all, at least at this point. So. But I think it's going to be 85.
And what did you give Dragon's Dogma 2 that you're way more excited for?
Also an 85.
Okay. Want to make sure I was there on that. Somehow or another, Brad and Wes will figure out how to tie. Brad and Wes both tied.
That's backwards.
Holy shit! What the hell?
You guys are absolutely the worst. You know that?
So with that said, I win Hype Off for this month, so I get the final word.
Even though Zach brought the absolute worst game ever made, he ended up winning the Hype Off with a 79.
Da, 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 da. Hunter Pearson. Dude, Brad, the winner of this round of Hype Off. Congratulations.
Brad actually eked out a victory again.
Brad takes the win.
Brad's the winner again.
Brad hit this on the money with an 83.
Damn you, Brad.
Okay, our official winner is Mr. Brad Russell.
Brad, perpetual winner once again.
Yes, Brad has won. He's basically, it's formed a Brad dynasty, a Brad dynasty. Brad is the closest, and I cannot believe how good you are at doing this just
Brad,
based on
again.
the name.
That was the most exciting conclusion Hype Off we've ever had, I think.
I tried, but now you got pretty good at it.
Was you beating your chest or feeling your tits? I couldn't tell.
Maybe a little of both, okay?
Yeah.
Speaking of spinning the wheel, I think it's time to spin the wheel of consequence.
GGD Gaiden Wheel of Consequences is here.
Give it a really strong spin, all right?
You want a good strong
Wheel of consequence, turn. Tell Hunter the punishment that he has earned.
Okay. Number 9.
Oh, good. Have your child or spouse give you a makeover and post the photo on Discord.
Oh, yes!
Courtney is going to love this.
For those of you who know my wife, you just made her whole year. Does it show your
listen
butthole? Oh, no.
Do an impression.
So
Do an impression.
Oh, Wes got this on hand.
We're gonna pay up right now. So
It's from The Simpsons, isn't it?
It's not, actually.
Oh, all right.
I was doing...
Hunter has Homer Simpson PJ pants on.
That's a real band right there.
Yeah, I love these things, man. They got pockets and a penis hole.
All right.
Let's hear it.
Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here. So, as the loser for tonight, because my big brother gets to gloat in my face, and he has got his smug look on because he's so happy.
Right. Is punishment for sucking Hype Off again. Brad has me reading an excerpt from the shit story in Norco.
For my final word, I'd just like to encourage folks to go out and give blood.
All right, for my final word, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has done all their votes and everyone who is on the podcast with me. This has been a great adventure.
Be excellent to each other.
And party on, dudes.
That sounds like a good show. Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Real quick one.
Yeah, it's only 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm fine.
Oh, boy. That was great.
I love
well done, Brad.
That
well
was
done.
What a trip, man. What a trip.
What a year it's been, hasn't it?
That was great, dude. That must have taken a lot of work. Shit.
Yeah.
I wish you told me ahead of time. I would have been like, leave the Skyrim thing out of
No way.
That was perfect.
Man, yeah, it was funny. That was the one time this year that I got a strongly worded message from one of our people.
He's pointing the wrong way.
No, I mean on the recording, it's going the right way. Yes. Right, because remember we're backwards. So I think I either just pointed at nothing or I pointed.
You'll find out later.
Yeah, maybe if I like pointing the other way, it's kind of like Cabal.
Just do this.
Like I'm Cabal in Mortal Kombat. I'm like going through the screen over here. I'm going to come out on the other side. That was really awesome though. That was a trip down memory lane. I can't believe how much of that like you like went through and found because it was really well done. Thank you, dude.
Of course.
Yeah, you did an amazing job on that. That was so good.
This show means a ton to me, and I love you guys to death.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Well,
feeling is mutual.
Let's get this one going. We can add to the mix.
I don't think we could transition off anything better than that video. So thank you, Brad. We're going to jump to what would normally be our news bite section, where we would normally bring a news story that we were all interested in sharing with each other on the show. But because we're coming off of Summer Games Fest and all of the excitement, all the announcements and the news coming out of that, we decided to do something a little bit different. We're just going to each bring one thing that we were most excited for or most excited about from the last couple of weeks with all the SGF announcements, whether that's from Summer Games Fest itself, the Xbox show, the Nintendo Direct, the PlayStation event, any of the kind of indie shows, the PC show, anything that was kind of in the last basically 3 weeks or so. And we're going to talk about it. So we're going to start with Hunter. Hunter, what were you most excited about coming out of the Summer Games Fest week's news?
I realized that my regular faces look even dumber with all of this makeup on, but it exists. It's not just a logo anymore. It's Metroid 4 Prime 4. Metroid Prime 4, officially Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, which was originally announced back at E3 in 2017. I mean, we were like babies back then. I saw somebody say that like the Civil War didn't last as long as the time for the Metroid. I mean, in that time, we've gotten not one, not two, but 3 other Metroid games between 2017. I mean, we got Samus Returns, we got Dread, we got the Prime remake. So, I mean, those are pretty fully fleshed out games that came in the time that this was being quote unquote developed. But 2019, we thought this was going to come out. We thought we were going to like maybe get a release date from Nintendo, and they were like, well, no, we're just going to start over. We didn't like it. So we just like crumple it up, throw it away. We're going to hand it over to Retro Studios, and then they just went gone, nothing, just silence, and we were left with just nothing but a logo and Retro Studios to edge to us super fans, and you know, then it just became like a joke every direct, you know, like Silksong is now. It's like, you know, sorry, Wes.
You had to bring it up, didn't you? You just had to jab me, didn't you?
Yeah, it became a joke every direct where we all wanted to like will it into existence. Like we were kind of like, maybe it just isn't a thing anymore, and we were just trying to like Michael Huber it to exist, and we did it. We willed it into existence, and it reminded me of a quote from Miyamoto where he said, "You'll probably know this one: a delayed game is eventually good, but a rush game is forever bad." And this is like the perfect embodiment of that concept, and I'm here for it. Like, I would so much rather them get this right, take their time with it, and actually have it come out. And that trailer, man, it looked incredible. And it might not be out until 2025, but you know, unlike Silksong, it's a game we're actually going to get to play.
Just
one day. Sorry, I'm just being mean to Wes. I don't know. I think it's just because I'm sassy because I had this makeup on.
It was looking real crisp, real crisp. Like you had some people like questioning whether that was actually running on, you know, the standard Switch or not.
Yeah, I don't know, but it looked really solid. But I mean, Prime Remastered looked really good. I mean, it's probably the best looking Switch game.
It's a really nice looking game.
It's up there. I mean, between it and even like Dread looked really good on the Switch. They've done those Metroid games, you know, they did them right. So I don't expect this one to be any different. I mean, it's a good studio, and the trailer showed off well, and we just got to wait for it a little bit longer. But it's not just a logo. So
absolutely,
so
Brad, hype check for Metroid Prime 4. Where are you
Fully
at?
hyped, man. Fully hyped. I'm always hyped for something Metroid. You know this. That is a targeted and baited question for a man like me, and you know it. I love Metroid so much, and I am super pumped on it. Again, that's kind of been in the deep recesses in my, you know, like in my inner child has been bothering me, you know. But you know, to get an announcement and for it, as Hunter says, to not just be a logo anymore is good stuff. So
absolutely. Are you a Metroid guy, Dan? You have much history with Metroid?
I do not. I have not played any Metroid games at all. But when I was looking and reading up on this game and its upcoming release,
I'm thrilled to see it's coming out. As I think Hunter was saying, it was under development and they like just scrapped it and started over again. And it's really cool to see it come into light. And so, yeah, I'm excited for it. I think it looks great. The trailers and whatnot looked really cool. And yeah, 2025 still next year, maybe a year and a half away, but it looked good.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dan, what got you excited from all of the announcements?
Sure, yeah. So while watching, the Summer Games Fest, there was one particular trailer that like really stuck out, and I can't remember what exactly was happening, but I was a little distracted, and all of a sudden I just see like this beautiful like street environment, and the character is holding this like device, and they're recording like the voice of someone to kind of copy it and clone it. And I was like, oh, this looks really cool. And I was in voice chat with Jonah, and he starts just losing his mind over it, and I'm just like, what's going on? And it was Perfect Dark. It was the announcement, or the trailer for Perfect Dark, and it looked so cool. The environments were beautiful, the gadgets were really interesting, and then they got into the action sequence, and it was like, wow, this looks really great. And then, looking back, Perfect Dark, the original one, which released in 2001, has been like talked about as like a spiritual successor for GoldenEye 007 because it was developed by a lot of the same group. In fact, if I remember correctly, the GoldenEye director Martin Hollis is the one who led production for Perfect Dark, and so there's a lot of the DNA that you can see from GoldenEye 007 in Perfect Dark, which then and it got remastered in 2010 for Xbox, and so to see that kind of being rebooted today is really exciting. Now, I never had the chance to play the original, but when Jonah said the name of it, I was like, I know that name, 24 years later, I know the name of that game. Like, this is exciting. And to see, an action tech device kind of spy thriller, first-person action game coming out, man, I'm all there. It's got like heavy Deus Ex vibes with like kind of the multiple pathways where you can sneak through, or you can just go in guns blazing. It looks pretty sweet, and it's got this like utopian, but actually it's a dystopia sort of vibe going on, where it's like everything looks beautiful, but there's like this this big corporation conspiracy, and you're there to kind of blow it all open. And man, I'm real excited. I can't wait for it to come out, and I'm very much looking forward to it. And it comes out, if I'm not mistaken, on Game Pass, and I'm like, yeah, day one, hello, I'm there.
Literally everything is.
I was surprised at how much parkour was
in the
game. It really had like a Mirror's Edge type feel that I wasn't really expecting out of Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
So, and I haven't played the original either. But Dan, do you have Nintendo Switch Online?
I do not.
It's funny because it's on their mature 17 plus. Like, because I do have it. I went to go play it on the Switch, and I was like, "Ooh, it's Perfect Dark."
They just added it to NSO, so you can go back if you have that. Or I think it's also on the Rare Collection, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So you can play it on Xbox, or if you have Nintendo Switch Online, they just added it to that service as well. So it's a good time to go back and get back into Perfect Dark, because there's a lot of good stuff coming.
Get ready for some hot garbage controls on the Switch, because if you played it on the 64, it had the like weird middle thumbstick, which kind of made it feel, I guess, better back then. But like trying to do it now after playing shooters and stuff, you're like, like, what is that? You're like, this goes forward and then this one strafes. Like, what is this? Like, this is nuts. Like, it's hard to get your brain wrapped around it, but once you do, it's fun to play again. But it's like, on there, and GoldenEye is the same. I wish they would go in and like just add some like modern day kind of shooter controls for those. It would definitely add a lot to them.
Didn't they do that with the GoldenEye remaster, or did they not?
I don't know. They didn't do it on the online. definitely not the perfect dark after dark. I don't know what the mature 17 plus thing is on there. There's only like 2 games on there. It cracks me up that that's a thing. Like my kids are like, "Can I play these?" I was like, "I think so." I was like, "I don't think."
Everything is polygons. Yeah, it's fine.
I was like,
don't worry about it.
What do they have? Yeah. What is there to see?
What I want to know though is there going to be a peripheral that you have to have in order to play the campaign and multiplayer? Because that's what it was with the N64 or the
I remember
that came out. You had to buy this expansion pack, or you had to have this expansion pack in order to play the campaign. It's like, holy cow!
Yeah, I remember that now. People were not happy about that back in the day. Probably not going to do that. I wouldn't think. It's just going to Game Pass.
I remember it came with Majora's Mask. Like if you bought Majora's Mask, it came with the expansion pack. But I don't know if it did for Perfect Dark.
I don't know how you remember that. You're such an encyclopedia of gaming.
Because I bought Majora's Mask and it came with the thing. That's how I remember it in college.
Yeah, I did that too, but then between then and now, I did a bunch of whippets, and I can't remember shit. So,
all right. Well, we got to move on to Brad's pick because I'm really eager to hear what he picked. I wonder what it could be.
Yeah,
what
what it could be. Yeah, you know me. It's the Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake.
Yeah.
I can't. There's other things that I could talk about that I was excited about, but I can't help but crowbar this franchise onto this podcast as usual. This isn't anything new either. We've known this game is coming, but we did get release information and
no, there's a big chunk of information about this that we did not know.
Sure, and some some new things to look at, and it looks great. So Dragon Quest III is an NES game. One of my favorite Dragon Quest games for sure. It's actually a prequel to the first 2 as the 3-part of the Erdrick trilogy. So they're releasing 3 first, and they announced that they're also going to do a 1 and 2 remake, which they've done before. There is a Dragon Quest 1 and 2 remake on Game Boy. There's a Dragon Quest 1 and 2 remake on Super Nintendo. So they've done this before. They've butted those 2 games together quite a number of times and kind of released them together. The first 2 Dragon Quest games can be beaten back to back pretty quickly. So it makes sense to kind of mash them together. But you've got the whole of the Erdrick trilogy now kind of remade like on modern stuff, which is always fun for us. As usual, I'm super excited about anything Dragon Quest. So
it looks gorgeous.
It's so stunning, man.
Absolutely
it's so stunning.
Oh my gosh!
You're saying if they do that,
look,
yeah, they got that like 2D, like 3D, HD, all the Ds,
HDTV.
man. They got all of the Ds, and there were people on the internet that were talking about like, got to do Chrono Trigger this way, and I'm like, I think that they're worried about destroying the world if they make that one, because people are either going to be like too excited for it or like too disappointed by it or something. I don't know, but it's like they never want to mess with Chrono Trigger. It's like they just keep that tucked aside, and they don't want to start any riots.
I don't know if I'm into that.
You don't think that would work? I kind of think it would work. I mean, it's
Maybe.
kind of got that same.
I could see Chrono Trigger hand drawn. Just real anime.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. It's never going to happen.
More like in the Toriyama style, like really, really leaning into the Toriyama style or something like that, maybe.
Like if they were to remake it, that's what I would have in my head versus because it's a Super Nintendo game. It wasn't really chunky to begin with.
Yeah.
I'm
so happy.
To be fair, Dragon Quest is also done by Toriyama and the character design. So
looks good.
This one was super exciting to me. It's Dragon Quest is a Brad series. I mean, everybody knows that, but I also really love it. And Brad was doing something else. I don't remember exactly. And Hunter and I were like texting each other while the direct was going on. We're like, the trailer for that started. And we're like, Brad,
stop what you're doing.
Dragon Quest. Like, Brad.
Yeah, he's probably like in the middle of like inserting like a Foley catheter into somebody's like pee hole, and we're like, Brad, stop what you're doing and turn this on. He's like, I'm working. Like, oh yeah,
I was at the time.
Oh, all right.
But I just think it's amazing that they're doing all 3 games, like not just the one, but they're doing it as a trilogy, and I think that's super sick. And I'm really looking forward to playing it.
They could just keep that train rolling, if you ask me. 4, 5, and 6 are
For sure. Yeah, November can't come soon enough.
All right, Wes,
All
what
right.
you got, man?
That leaves me. I was I mean, there was a lot of stuff that looked really good. But nothing lit my fire quite like Astrobot for the PS5. Anybody that has a PS5 also has access to a little game called Astro's Playroom. And if you have not played Astro's Playroom on your PS5, you are doing yourself a disservice because that game is such a amazing little, people refer to it as a tech demo, but it is an amazing game in and of itself.
It is fun.
And this game, I don't really consider many platformers that can I can put on the same level as like a Mario game.
Sure.
But I think I can with Astrobot. This game just looks jolly AF. The color, it's everything is just so like shiny and sparkly and there's like water droplets everywhere and colorful and the particle effects of sand blowing across. I mean, it just looks so nice and so crisp and so fun. And Astro's like pulling giant eels out of the ground and like slamming them on the ground and fighting giant birds and giant cobras and giant robotic gorillas and everything else you could imagine, and seeing all these classic PlayStation characters in the little Astrobot form, which you could also see a lot of that in Astro's Playroom, but it's just so charming. And there's supposed to be like close to 90 levels in this thing or something like
planets.
that.
They said like planets. Like it seems just it's like over at least 80 is what I had read, like 80 planets. Dude, that's nuts. That's a lot. That's a lot.
I love it.
And they're usually really fleshed out, or at least in the Playroom they were fleshed out. And I think they just knew that they have something special there. And I mean, you've described how good it looks and how fun it is to play. But like, even if you want to describe the Playroom as a tech demo, like there's nothing that shows off the feeling of that controller like that.
Yes.
I mean, like
the feeling is.
You're watching the DualSense is like
It's
made for this.
Feel
and
amazing.
You're talking about watching them pull like the eels out. Like I could like feel that in my hands, what that's gonna feel like. It's gonna like actually like thunk out of the ground. It's gonna like you probably feel it.
It's gonna be like all
wiggling
wiggly
around.
and squirmy, and then
God, and it just really, it was that and Returnal were the two games that were like, this controller is special. Like it's really something cool. Like when games really utilize that, all of that like motion functionality. Well, and none of them do it better than that. And none of them are going to do it better than this. And it's also just like such a trip down memory lane. I mean, it plays on your nostalgia like to the max. Like all those.
Oh,
characters.
yeah.
I mean, there's like a Parappa Astrobot. I mean, take my money.
just rapping in the desert. Just little ears flopping up and down. It was so good. Yeah. And it's only 2 months away.
So cool.
September 5th.
Very cool.
It's very,
Right
very
here.
close.
Yeah.
So
I feel like
Can't wait.
Astrobot is like an alternate universe where Nintendo actually has hardware. Like this is the kind of game they would make.
yeah. It's
Yeah,
also
pretty
like
much.
it's also a big gigantic commercial for the PlayStation brand, because you're basically flying a gigantic PlayStation 5 through space and stuff. It's really very on the nose, but I don't care because it's so much fun and it looks so nice. I did have a real quick question for Dan.
Yes.
And Dan, I think Perfect Dark
here
is a
it
great
comes.
pick. But I had this little prediction coming into the show of what your most hyped game would be. And initially I was right, because initially you did pick Dragon Age, which was my prediction.
Yeah.
And then you kind of backed out on that and went with Perfect Dark instead. And I respect it.
Yeah.
Perfect Dark is great. But I have to know, like, why did you do that? I was really like, Dan's gonna pick Dragon
Just to
Age. He's
piss
gonna
you
pick
off.
Dragon Age, and then Hunter said he picked Dragon Age, and I was like, see, I knew he was gonna pick Dragon. And then he's like, no, wait, he changed his mind. So what was that about?
Right. So Dragon Age Veilguard, now I'm like second guessing that name. Is it Veilguard?
It is. Yeah.
Okay, so
It should be Dreadwolf, but it's Veilguard.
Yeah, it should be Dreadwolf. It should be 100%. It's Dragon Age Dreadwolf. When I was thinking about what I was excited about, there was enough like,
ooh, that could be great, or that maybe isn't so great about Dragon Age Veilguard, that I was like, I can't quite say that was the thing I was most excited about. Like, I'm stoked about Dragon Age Veilguard, but I am absolutely not touching that game until I see reviews, because they have changed enough. Like they've talked about like the different things, you know. They're no longer doing open world. It's much more linear quest progression, and like, you know, there's enough little changes, and it's like, okay, the combat looks fun, but they went like with a little bit more of a cartoony style, but that's okay because like it looks good, and like, I mean, it looks really great, but there's just enough little things. Just like, let's okay, I'm not out, but you need to sell me on this, because like I have played, you know, the Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age Inquisition, and like I enjoyed those games. I've played way too much Dragon Age Inquisition, and like, you know, going into this, it's like, okay, you've changed enough of the formula, and like and if I'm trying to remember the name of the original writers, they're gone. Like, you need to sell me on this. Like, you need to tell me why this is going to be good. And I know at one point, like, I had thought I'd seen there was a leak, and I realized don't trust leaks, but I'd seen a leak where it was like, oh yeah, Dragon Age is going with like this real like God of War-esque, like slow moving, heavy hitting combat. And I was like, I could be down for that. And this looked like very much like you're just swinging a stick and numbers are going away, or like parts of health bar are going away. I couldn't, in the trailer, and I realized it's a trailer, I couldn't feel the hits of the weapons. It was just like, it's Inquisition again, where it's like you're waving your sword and numbers are going down. Like, okay, fine. But like, I don't know. There was enough like places where I was just like, okay, you got to sell me on it. Before there's like, yeah, I can't. You know, when I saw the trailer for Perfect Dark, I was like, I am 100% in, assuming it's what says it is in the trailer. I don't have any of this baggage from previous games that I want it to be a certain thing. And I'm like, I'm in. It's a spy thriller. It's a first-person action you know, shooter with like gadgets, and yeah, I'm all for it. And, you know, Dragon Age Veilguard, it's like, okay, you've got a really great history, and you've went ahead and been like, we can do something different. It's like, okay, prove it.
Yeah, so get off his back, Wes. Jeez.
Speaking of, BioWare's history, I do think that they do have something to prove for sure.
Yeah, they've just been spotty lately.
They've had some troubled waters. Yeah. But I appreciate you kind of going into that, because I was curious, kind of, what swayed you.
What was that MMO they tried and failed?
Anthem.
Anthem. Thank you. Yeah.
Anthem.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was a really, really bad idea. They were just trying to get on the, you know, the games as a service, like the
Destiny train.
Shooter. Like, they were just trying to get on that. They just they just didn't have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that Dragon Age Dreadwolf is better than.
It's more their bread and butter, you know. It's I'm thinking it'll be good.
Right. I'm not bald enough to be Dreadwolf, by the way. You called me that in the intro. I'm not bald enough for that.
Yet.
Yet.
We'll get there someday, except for Brad. All right. It's time to move on to the Gaiden Top 10. So, quick question for you guys. Did you... Yeah! Thank you, Hunter.
You're welcome.
Did you guys bring your passports? Nice. Because today we're talking about the top 10 video game cities and or towns.
Great topic.
And I think it's going to be a fun one. We're going to kick it off with a banger of a town. A banger. Absolutely. At number 10.
Number 10.
we have Inaba from Persona 4. And
Dan, you want to take this?
Inaba or Naba?
Yeah, so we assume
is,
Brad's going to talk about this one.
although Hunter has spent quite some time in Inaba, I'll take it from here. So, like Wes said, Inaba is the fictional rural town in Persona 4, Japanese rural town. It's kind of central area where Persona 4 takes place. Inaba, like I said, rural setting, which is different for Persona, which changed up the format, kind of. Inaba is surrounded by rolling hills and crops and riverbanks, and it rains often. It kind of sets this tone for this game. The protagonist moves here when his parents went to work overseas, leaving him in the care of his maternal uncle, Ryotaro Dojima. Most of the towns, most of the people that you meet, most of the town's youth kind of loathe the area. They consider the town boring or in the middle of nowhere, but not long after settling into Inaba, some strange murders begin to happen, and it really takes this quiet little town by storm. Now, I'll go ahead and just kind of break down the areas of Inaba. This game doesn't have a whole lot of areas. It's kind of packed with NPCs and things, but not a whole lot to really look at. Central Shopping District is kind of, I think, the hub of the town. It has a bookstore. Diadra Metalworks is where you trade materials for new equipment. Then there's the Tofu Shop, which is run by the family of party member and Hunter's main squeeze, Rise Fujikawa. Yep. Then there's the Shiroko store. They have kind of questionable items by day, and then a pub by night with a giant oarfish and a tank. It's run by this kind of sweet, unassuming old lady Shiruko during the daytime, and then when you go there at night, she's a little more scantily clad, and she kind of behaves a little more scandalously. You can work at the pub at night to earn social stats or shop for items that aren't available during the day, or feed the oarfish bugs, which you catch at the shrine. Then there's the Chinese diner, where Hunter and I eat beef bowls on rainy days. Town bulletin board.
Yeah. Every rainy
town
day.
Bulletin board, pick up job listings, and there's like an outdoor barbecue spot. But the shrine is actually really cool. And I didn't know this until I was reading into this a little bit. So I'm going to share a little something with you. Of course, it wouldn't be the show and it wouldn't be me without some kind of like history lesson here. So the shrine is a small area where you can catch bugs and do quests for the mysterious fox. So the shrine itself is actually a homage to a what they call the story of the hare of Inaba. And it's based on the Hakuto shrine that's located in Tottori, Japan. The story goes, I'll kind of abbreviate the story. A white hare tricks some sharks into being used as a land bridge in order to travel from the island of Oki. So the hare challenges the sharks to see whose clan is larger. And he has the sharks all line up in a row across the sea, and he jumps from shark to shark, counting as he goes. So near the end, the hare, kind of admits that he has deceived the sharks in order to use them as a bridge, and the last shark in a row attacks the hare, tearing his fur from him and leaving him near death. Around the same time, Okinishi, or the Master of the Great Land, he's a folk hero of Japanese lore. There's a ton of stories about him, but this is one of them. And his 80 brothers were traveling the Inaba region to woo the princess Yakami of Inaba. So he's lagging behind because he was ordered to carry all of his 80 brothers' luggage and baggage. So while the brothers are away, the poor hare runs into the brothers first because our hero is lagging behind. And what they recommend to him is that he bathes in the ocean and lets the air dry him, which causes him tremendous pain. So they kind of play a little trick on the hare. Then when Ulkinushi arrives, he sees the suffering hare. Unlike his brothers, he tells the hare to bathe in fresh water from the river and then roll in the pollen of the cattails. So immediately the body of the hare is restored. In gratitude, the hare tells him that, kind of predicts to him and tells him that you're the person who's going to marry the princess. The princess sees the warmth and kindness at first glance and accepts his marriage proposal. So the Hakuto shrine at Tottori enshrines the white hare. That's where that's kind of the patron saint of that specific shrine. If you look at it online, you see it bears a very striking resemblance to the shrine that's here in Inaba. Anyway, the story doesn't end here, but I'll spare you the rest of the details. But the shrine in Inaba is, it's regarded as, you're there to both advance your friendships and to do acts of kindness, because the Fox Quest is there, the Hermit Social Link. And the Hermit Social Link surrounds you doing favors and acts of kindness around town. So the shrine at Tottori is there, is where you go to pray for kind acts and to advance relationships in your life, which is really neat. So I thought that was a cool little story that kind of ties back to the game, a little lore in the background there. But so the rest of it there, you've got the Semigawa floodplain, tons of subquests there, and you can fish at the riverbank. Then there's Junez, the department store that's operated by the parents of Yosuke. You meet up with the investigation team there to plan missions inside the Shadow World. Teddy works there as a mascot.
Can I ask you a real quick question, Brad?
Yes.
Not to stop you, but can you sing the Junez song for us, please?
I can do that.
Good God, on the spot.
I won't do the whole thing. Every day's great at your Junez. There it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can buy seeds there. Then, of course, there's the high school. To finish up here, the town itself is small, kind of emphasizing like a close-knit community where everyone knows each other's business. I don't know if anyone lives rurally, but it's just very true. Like everyone's kind of knows everyone's business out there. So Inaba's setting is kind of pivotal, like in creating a sense of intimacy between its inhabitants. It reinforces the game's theme of kind of forming meaningful relationships. Then the seasons change in Inaba as the game goes, from the cherry blossoms in the spring to the snow-covered landscapes of the winter. It kind of mirrors the emotional arcs of all the characters. These transitions kind of emphasize the passage of time and the kind of inevitability of change. So the town itself is very much tied into the theme of the game, which I always thought was really cool. Again, this is a PS2 game, so not a whole lot to really gawk and stare at, but the vibe of the place is what's why I think it made the list, and I absolutely love it. So does anyone else have feelings?
I feel like I have to chime in because so Brad and I have been playing Persona 4. We have this kind of side thing that we've done for the past couple of years where we play, I played Pokemon Legends Arceus, and he's played Bloodborne, and now I'm playing Persona 4. It's kind of we're playing games that we wouldn't have picked up without kind of our friendship. So it's things that we think we would enjoy, and we play them together. So we have this series that we have been doing that will come out eventually called Persona once I finish it, which may never happen. I don't know. I think we're 180 hours into it. So I feel like I've kind of been living. Yeah, I don't know how far we are into it, but we've been playing it for a while. And I've been, dude, I love it. It's a big game, but for every Thursday for the most part for the last year, I felt like this is kind of our video game home we wander around in. And for such a small area, as you said, though, it's got so much personality. It reminds me a lot of it's like a modern day small rural town in the US where they they have this really decrepit kind of aging main street, but they also have a really big Walmart that's thriving. That's what it is. Junez is Walmart, and shit is just shut down on the main strip. There's some stores that are open, but some are just boarded up. It's kind of got that feel to it, honestly. And I think especially at the time this game kind of came out, that was a thing that was really happening in a lot of towns, especially like early 2000s. So I think there's something really to that. And you are accompanied by this group of hormonal teenagers that are running around solving murders by climbing into TVs to fight tanks wearing frilly dresses and bathhouses and strip clubs, and I guess of their minds though. So that's weird, but
well, it's Persona. It's about horny magical teenagers.
But like the town itself is just so full of personality. I personally love catching bugs. It's such a silly little mini game. You go, you wait for a thing to signal, and then you press a button and you catch bugs. Like, it's as simple as it
Hunter
gets.
is undefeated in bug.
I have
He's
probably
not missed
caught
one time.
3,000 bugs, and I have not gotten anything less than a perfect swipe every time I've done it. I'm 100 for 100, however many times I've caught bugs. I'm not saying it's impressive, but I've not missed.
I'm impressed.
And I love that the town really takes on a totally different feel from day to night. I think Brian kind of suggested. So I definitely love feeding the oarfish, because I've been catching all these bugs. That's what I do with them, is I feed the fish. And that thing, I don't know if you
monster.
I'll put a picture of an actual oarfish down here so that you can see both the in-game video one that's like video game one that's growing, and then also what a real one looks like. If you're not familiar, those fish are insane. Like, they're so long. And there's, like you said, places to fish. There's places for Kanji, voiced by Troy Baker, to give young children his homemade Beanie Babies in like shadowy corners of parks. It's very strange, but
bizarre.
Yeah. But it really is. It grows on you. Like, you feel like you know it so well. Like, you know where you're going. You know who you're talking to. It's like you become so familiar with it.
Yeah. I don't think that there's any better way to leave Inaba behind than Kanji's Beanie Babies. But so that's where we're gonna leave Inaba, and we're gonna move on to our number 9 pick.
Number 9.
At number 9, we have Clocktown from Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I am so happy that Clocktown is on this list. If there's any town or city from Zelda that belongs on this list, in my opinion, my personal humble opinion, is Clocktown. And it wasn't going to be on the list, but we had some kind of like last minute shenanigans like we always do. Stuff got shuffled around, and Clocktown ended up back on the list, which I was like, yes.
Now, by shenanigans, you mean people voted for them, and they moved up by
exactly.
natural. We didn't do any shenanigans. People voted last minute, and they made their way in.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Anyway, Clocktown, I think, is a really special town for Zelda. There's a lot of really good Zelda towns, like I said, but the really cool thing about Clocktown, I feel like, sort of like Inaba's, I mean, you spend so much time in Clocktown because in Majora's Mask, you're rolling back the clock again and again and again in this time loop because the moon is coming crashing down. It's going to smash into and destroy Clocktown at the end of 3 days. And you have your ocarina, you can play the Song of Time and roll time back 3 days to kind of the beginning of the first day when you first arrived in town. And you sort of get to know everybody in town really, really intimately. Yep. Everybody is on a schedule. Everybody's at a different place in town at a different time doing different things. And you really need to get to know everybody's schedule because all of the quests are tied into what different people are doing kind of at different times of the day. And it makes it really special just how intimate it is and how well you get to know those people and their routines and what they're doing. And it's that makes it really different, I think, from any of the other cities or towns you visit in a Zelda game at any given time. Normally you're just going to find, oh, this guy's over here always. But in Clocktown, you might go to where this guy is at 3 p.m, and you come back an hour later and he's gone because he went to the post office to deliver a letter or something like that. Or you go to the bomb lady's shop at a certain time and she's gone because she went to go, for a walk through the park or something. And it makes it really fun kind of figuring out how to solve quests based on where people are at and what they're doing at different times of the day. And that I think really makes Clocktown special. So just some of the details about Clocktown. There are 4 main sections to the town. There's South Clocktown, East Clocktown, North Clocktown, and West Clocktown. And there's also a small area called the Laundry Pool where apparently everybody does their laundry in town, which is interesting.
Nice.
So in South Clocktown, that's kind of like the big area where they have the Festival of Time. And over the course of the 3 days, they're like building this big tower that they assemble every year. And there's construction going on. There's a little dog running around yapping. And as the day goes on, this tower keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually they extend a bridge from one tower to the main clock tower, which is where you go to instigate the final battle against Majora at the end of the game. So that's pretty cool. East Clocktown is like the entertainment district, so that's where a lot of the really fun stuff in the game is. You have the Stockpot Inn, run by Anju and her mother. Anju's a really kind of important character in the game with a really important side quest with another character named Cafe. And there's a really heartwarming thing where they're like in love. It's a big part of the game for sure. There's a lot of games that you can play in East Clocktown. There's Honey and Darling Shop where you can play the Bomb Chew bowling game. There's a target practice and a bomb basket game. The town shooting gallery is there where you can win the big quiver by shooting at Octoroks. And there's a treasure chest shop where you can play the treasure chest game. It also has the milk bar. You can go and get some of that really good Romani milk that everybody's... I think it's like 200 rupees or something to buy that stuff. It's like crazy expensive. You can win some quests and get some that way as well. And it also has the mayor's residence there. And the mayor and his wife, Madame Aroma, are hanging out there. The bombers... Oh, there's also the entrance to the bombers hideout. The bombers are kind of this group of kids that hang out and I don't remember exactly what they do. They're like social justice warriors or something like that, like fighting injustice. But you can get into the bombers hideout using the secret code, and anybody that's seen the movie Spaceballs would appreciate what the secret code is. You might be able to guess based on that hint.
That's some of what I have on my luggage.
Mine too.
Exactly. North Clocktown is like a big park area. A lot of greenery, and Jim, the leader of the bombers, is hanging out there with a balloon. You can like blow his balloon up, and then he'll ask you to play hide and seek with him and the other bombers to teach you what the code is. Also hanging out there is everybody's favorite green spandex man, Tingle, floating around in his balloon. You can pop Tingle's balloon, which is always fun.
That sounds really perverted.
Right? Might be, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. And you gotta be careful hanging around in North Clocktown at night, though, because it's not exactly safe. There's also there's a reported burglar running around, and apparently likes to mug people at night. So you gotta be careful in North Clocktown at night. West Clocktown, that's kind of the commercial district of the city. There's various stores. There's the trading post, which is open 23 hours a day. You just got to be careful in that 1 hour that you don't come at that time. The bomb shop is there. You can buy bombs or blast kegs from a Goron in the shop. There's a curiosity shop where you can buy various equipment, and there's a really annoying vulture called a Takuri that can steal your stuff, including your weapons, your swords. And if your weapon gets stolen, you can find it there in the Curiosity Shop, because apparently it's like a pawn shop and they hawk stuff there. So you know where to go if you lose your sword. The Clocktown Bank is also there in the N64 version, or if you're playing the 3DS version, it's actually they moved it to South Clocktown in the side of the clock tower. And then the post office is there, the lottery shop is there, if anybody wants to, see if they can get lucky with a lotto ticket. And there's a swordsman's school where you can take sword fighting tests there, I guess, and I think you can earn a piece of heart there as well if you can complete the challenges at the swordsman's school. You can also find the Toto sisters from the Gorman Troop practicing their dances at night in West Clocktown, which is where you can get another one of the masks, which is cool. And then there's a laundry pool that I mentioned before also, which is there's a really cool frog that you can talk to there swimming around in the pond. One of the other members of the Gorman Troop, Guru, is there at a certain time, and he's got some stuff to tell you depending on what you're doing there. And there's a really important another really important character there hanging out, Cafe, that we mentioned before. He's kind of hiding out in the back of the Curiosity Shop that butts up against the laundry pool. So that's kind of a rundown of I think most of what's in Clocktown. Brad, did you have anything to add? I know you're a big Zelda guy. Did I miss anything?
Yeah. Well, no, I made some notes, and you did. You covered it really great. And you're right. What's really special about Clocktown are the characters. That's what not the town itself, but the characters. So I kind of just made notes on my favorites around town. Of course, in the game, I love Happy Mask Salesman. We don't have to talk about Happy Mask Salesman. We did that on our
we did.
We did on the Merchants episode.
Go ahead and look that
I go back up.
Yeah. Wes mentioned Cafe and Anju, which is for me probably the most touching story of the most tragic, but also perhaps the most touching story of the game. It follows the quest line kind of follows the mayor's son Cafe, who pines after this woman Anju, the daughter of the family that owns the local inn. So the two finally eventually fall for each other and agree to get married. But the Skull Kid has another plan, which is to put a curse on Cafe, turning him into a child. Cafe decides to seek the aid of the Great Fairy, but is attacked by a thief and robbed of the Sun's Mask. The plan between the two were to get married and combine the Sun and Moon Mask in order to create the couple's mask. So anyway, if Link fails, in the 3-day cycle, if you let it run, they just kind of die and they never get to get married, and they don't have this future together. But if you manage to finish the game, you can actually see that although the curse is never lifted from Cafe, they are together at the end of the game.
If you do the quest.
If you do the quest, which is like one of the most arduous and annoying quests, fetch quest chain of almost any video game I've ever played, but and if you don't really care about the kind of love story that you're getting involved with, if that doesn't matter to you whatsoever, for all your troubles, you're rewarded with a measly piece of heart for that, by the way. Which I always thought was kind of rude. I'll mention one other character before we move on. I really like Muto. He's the boss of the Carpenters. So he can be found arguing with the mayor and the captain at the mayor's residence when they're discussing whether or not they're going to evacuate the town. So he's vehemently opposed to evacuation because he just wants to complete the tower he's working down in Clocktown in time for the Carnival of Time. So Muto is your classic kind of skeptic. He fails to believe that the moon is falling at all, and he insists that there's no danger. He's willing to kind of do the mental gymnastics necessary to ignore an impending apocalypse. just so he can finish his work and maintain some kind of normalcy. Like ignorance is bliss to Muto, which I mean we see all over the place. In the real world, climate change deniers, COVID-19, any of the never-ending cavalcade of nonsense like conspiracy theories that jackasses whip up on the internet. So he's kind of that guy. And then on the final day, if you follow along with Muto, his men chicken out and they run away, leaving him alone to like finish the tower. So I think that's like a super cool like little mini story. Again, what's great about Clocktown isn't necessarily what you see or what you get, it's the characters, and that like the 3-day cycle and the routines and like having to follow people, and like you really do get a intimate connection with like the characters.
And how you interrupt those routines and how you change things is really cool.
It's like Groundhog Day, the town, right? Like the video game.
Basically.
it's like then you got to make sure you're like under the tree to catch the boy, and then you got to like save a marriage by giving them WrestleMania tickets, and you got to like chainsaw ice sculptures. I don't know. It sounds a lot like that to me. I don't remember it all that well. But,
actually, you can actually meet Ned Ryerson in Clocktown.
I was thinking as you were going through all that, Wes, I was like, I wish like the Nintendo hotline was still around, and like Wes was like answering the phone, and he's like, no, you just got to put in this code, and then you got to like he's like telling everybody, it's like if you need a hint, if you're stuck in the game, call Wes.
Dude, I would love to work the Nintendo hotline.
Dude, can you
just
imagine?
give me a time machine, I'd go back. I would do it.
You would have been
for
so
sure.
perfect for that.
I would do it. All right, well, as fun as it was talking about Clocktown, we have to take a little trip to the sea. Moving on to our number 8 pick.
Number 8.
Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose rapture. A city where the artist would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality, where the great would not be constrained by the small. And with the sweat of your brow, rapture can become your city as well.
At number 8, we have Rapture from Bioshock. Dan, give us a scoop on Rapture.
Okay, Rapture. Before we start talking about Rapture, though, I have to get you into the mindset here. So it's 1946. The end of the war has come. You're a scientist living in New York City. You love the city, but you're starting to see society kind of restabilize, and you're realizing the absolute freedom you've had as a scientist is slowly going away as society begins to say, hey, you know what? Maybe atom bombs, maybe we should back off of that a little bit. Maybe let's slow down all this rampant, unfettered like research and experimentation. And it doesn't really ride great with you. And you're like, you know what? I'm just going to build a city in the middle of the frickin' ocean. And that's what Andrew Ryan did. So in 1946, he found Rapture in the ocean. My understanding is somewhere between Iceland and Greenland, and begins to build it. It's completed in 1951, and its core concepts that it is built around is just kind of this like completely hands-off approach to any form of regulation or government when it comes to the developing of the sciences, and no fetters, no restrictions from government or from religion or anything like that. No meddling. Just let society be amazing. And in order to ensure that like absolute success, Andrew Ryan handpicks his residents from all over the world, people who are leaders, who are the absolute experts in their field, and he brings them to Rapture in order to continue to create this absolute perfect utopia of a city. and it begins to grow, and multiple different districts begin to be formed. And I gotta say, I did not do as much research as the two of you did on your cities, but like they build a number of different sections, and there's impressive developments. They discover this slug on the bottom of the ocean that has this I can't think of the word for it.
Atom?
But they're able to extract from it what becomes Adam, which then they have to reproduce it, but it's really hard to do that. Well, then they discover it actually grows and reproduces really well in the stomachs of little girls. The side effect, of course, is that the little girls are dead, but like it grows, and this is the linchpin, the keystone, the catalyst for just unlocking amazing superpowers and abilities inside of humans, altering genetics and empowering them to do amazing things. And because in this place the ends justify the means, they're willing to begin to sacrifice their little baby girls to being the growth beds for Adam, so that the society can begin to develop all of these superpowers. And as that grows, one of the things that unfortunately also begins to happen is, despite all these incredibly successful people brought in, there does become this separation. Like the rich become really, really rich, and the poor begin to get poorer and poorer. And eventually, in 1959, there's a civil war that breaks out, and people are rampantly using using Adam to splice themselves, to give themselves power. The unfortunate dark side of it is that it does cause them to eventually go crazy, completely insane. And which wasn't known initially, but now they're beginning to realize this is not good. And so with this civil war, there's also this rampant outbreak of these splicers who are beginning to just take over the city. And into the middle of this entire environment, a man is flying across the Atlantic in an airplane, and there's an accident, and he finds himself to be the sole survivor of this crash landing in the ocean, and he just happens to be by this lighthouse. He swims to the lighthouse, and he finds himself on this lump of rock in the middle of the ocean with a lighthouse on top of it. Why a lighthouse there? And there's absolutely nothing there except this spherical thing with a lever, and he gets in it, and it submerges him down into the ocean, and he finds himself at the entryway to Rapture. And you can see the signs across the archway as you enter into this beautiful Art Deco lobby. Welcome to Rapture. And you witness a splicer brutally murdering this another person, and you suddenly realize not everything is okay in this town. And you play the character of Jack as you begin to explore Rapture and begin to find out through a lot of environmental storytelling and audio logs, and also some communication with this character called Atlas, who leads you kind of by the nose through the city as you begin to figure out what's happened and proceed with your adventure. And you eventually discover that Atlas, the self-proclaimed liberator of Rapture, is actually the person who caused the Civil War to start with. And you tour, but you go through this city where there's many different, a whole bunch of different districts, and there's, you begin to see the vestiges of this opulent 1950s Art Deco lifestyle where people were incredibly wealthy, and then this dark undercurrent of the deeply poor, while in this environment of total abandon, absolute no restrictions on any form of science, research, or anything, and yet it has backfired so badly, and you begin to learn what happened. Rapture itself is an incredibly complex city with a bunch of different areas, and all throughout it you see just an incredible level design. I was really impressed with Bioshock for the time frame because it looks so good, and it's largely because the Art Deco art style is so blocky and like flat textures that they were able to do a lot more as they built the city with the technology that they had, which was really interesting. I think it's also interesting when you understand like a large linchpin to what Rapture was saying religion has no influence here, and yet they named the city Rapture, which ironically
I love that name.
Right, and ironically, you know, in the Christian tradition, Rapture is like, you know, understood to be this ascension, and you're, instead of ascending, you're descending into the depths, which is also a picture in the Christian tradition of hell, and you're descending into this what is supposed to be utopia, and it's a literal hell in the bottom of the ocean. And then in so many of the districts have like all this very Greek mythology related names. You know, I was looking at some of the names of the districts, and it's let's see, there's Apollo Square, Neptune's Bounty, Hephaestus,
right.
Yeah, like so many
Olympus
of these
Heights.
Yeah, Olympus Heights, so
Prometheus.
so many different areas that are like named after like these Greek gods and goddesses, and it's like this, you're abandoning religion, yet it's so, you know, central to the mindset, especially of people in that era, that like you can't help yourselves. You have to have religious names entwined into your, or mythological names entwined into your entire existence. So it's just an incredible city, and the opulence with the incredible destruction and the violence written over it just lends so much to the very deep like environmental horror. Like they write horror into the very essence of what this game is, just through the environment, through what Rapture is. Rapture itself, and being underwater, Rapture itself is the primary horror aspect in so many ways to what this game is.
Yeah,
and so
I don't think that there's any more of a like visually striking moment in video games that I've ever experienced than like arriving at Rapture for the first time.
That like
and
trek
just,
through the water. Ugh, goosebumps.
and, right, and then like looking outside, there's just like a whale like floating by the window, and
fish.
you know, there's water leaking in everywhere, all over the floor, and you hear people like shrieking and shouting down the hall, and the lights are flickering on and off, and man, it is crazy ambiance. So cool, so cool.
Yeah, it's an insane aesthetic, like, and like with all the neon, like, you know, it's like basically structured after almost like that time period, like New York, Chicago, with like all of like the almost like the Broadway neon lights outside.
Yeah, that's what Dan mentioned with the Art Deco style. Like everything is just so just unique and striking, and the architecture is really cool. Just walking around in there, if you can avoid getting drilled by a Big Daddy.
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
it's a terrifying game. I mean, they do a good job of that, you know. And there's probably a few other examples. I can't remember all of them on this list, but you do have to love like being in a place that at one point was just this incredible, successful, bustling, you know, city or town, and you're in basically the aftermath of its self-destruction, and you just you can't not love that in a video game. It's kind of a trope, but it makes for like a really great environmental storytelling, and they do probably some of the best environmental storytelling of like any game in a city.
Oh, absolutely. I think that was probably the game that introduced the concept of the like audio, you know, like the audio file. Yeah. Like you, and so many other games after picked up, and you like, you know, you're picking up all these audio files and listening to things as you're running around. But I think Bioshock did that first, if I'm not mistaken. Which
I don't know,
really
but
cool.
I can't remember one earlier, so maybe.
Yeah, I think so. And for me personally, I think Bioshock was perhaps one of the first like pure horror genre video games that I ever played. And I just remember like the city was enthralling and horrifying at the same time. Like, yeah, I was like, yeah, it's just an incredible experience. So, yeah.
Oh, that's
All
awesome.
right.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, thank you for digging deep on that one. That was great. All right, we're going to move on from Rapture and bring it back above the waves. Because at number 7,
Number 7.
we have Windfall Island from The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Brad, tell us about Windfall.
Sure. So Windfall Island is kind of the main hub town of the Wind Waker. It's like Wind Waker's Kakariko village, basically. And ironically enough, a little history there. To avoid the Great Flood, the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker takes place after a great flood. So the majority of your exploration is all on the open sea, and you go from kind of island to island exploring versus, traversing through deserts and forests like you normally would in a Zelda game. It's all kind of on the wind and, between islands. So to avoid the Great Flood, the surviving populations of Hyrule Castle Town and Kakariko Village fled uphill to what would eventually become Windfall Island. And they founded their community there. So the town of Windfall is named appropriately, as windfall is the term for a large and typically unexpected financial gain, which fits the island's status as the thriving center of commerce for the world of Hyrule, after the flood. So kind of fitting as well with the game's theme of wind. So kind of cool. Link finds himself washed up on the shore of Windfall Island after being cast out of the Forsaken Fortress and then rescued by the King of Red Lions, who tasks Link with finding a sail so they can travel the world. And once you're given that task, they kind of just turn you loose. Like, this is kind of the moment where the game starts to become an open world game, which is great. You come around that corner and the first thing you see is kids running, chasing each other in circles, and people hustling and bustling through the streets. Kind of in that same Clocktown vibe. You've got that kind of moving and shaking. Everyone's got somewhere to be. So pretty exciting there. Like I said, kids playing, merchants doing business. This town is alive and well, like even with the world the way it is. So I'll run through some locations. There's a bomb shop operated by the bomb master. His name's Cannon. There's a town jail. There's the Chew Jelly Juice shop, Zunari shop, where you eventually find the sail that the King of Red Lions is after. There's a cafe bar, which is host to several side quests in the game. Right in the middle of town there's a lighthouse. So at some point before the events of Wind Waker, the lighthouse went dark, and we don't know why. The base of the lighthouse features the Squid Hunt minigame, which you eventually find later on its own separate island. That's a lot of fun. And directly below the lighthouse, there's a Ferris wheel which Link can use to reach the top of the lighthouse. You can actually reignite the lighthouse, restoring its flame by shooting at it with a fire arrow. You get a piece of heart for your trouble there. There's the School of Joy that's run by Miss Marie, who's been having trouble with a handful of her students, Ivan, Jin, Jan, and June Roberto, otherwise known as the Killer Bees. There's Lenzo. Yeah. There's Lenzo, the photographer's house, and his gallery of pictographs. There's a bunch of side quests that kind of run through there. There's also an auction house there where you can get different kind of treasure charts and things like that. Let's go to notable residents. I love Tot. If anyone's played Wind Waker, he's the world's charismatic dancer extraordinaire. So he's on a hilltop, kind of disco dancing all night long. It says he's slave to the rhythm. He dances to pass time. Wes has got it. He eventually teaches Link the Song of Passing, which is used to change time from day to night, and vice versa. Very handy. Another one of my favorites, the aforementioned Killer Bees. Gang of kind of street kids that first kind of encircle and taunt and try to tease at Link until he beats them in a game of hide and seek. After that, Link earns their admiration, and they finally start treating their teacher, Miss Marie, with a little respect, and that opens up side quests from her. Then there's Pompey and Vera, the town gossips. I always love that. How they're just kind of always together, and they're always huddled, and always back and forth. A lot of colorful characters there. If you another kind of trivia thing, but if you listen closely to the theme of Windfall Island, it actually shares some movements and song structure from the Kakariko Village theme. So that can be noted. Like if you've got that kind of musical ear, you can hear the beats.
I'll expect to hear that when I listen back to the podcast, Brad. You're gonna have to work that in.
We'll do a little breakdown on that. You can expect a half-an-hour video on that subject.
Oh, great. Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right.
Anyway, speaking of long-windedness, I'll cut it off there. It's a jolly town. Like I said, it's the center of this world that is otherwise spread out, and you'll find in other places islands that have just one person on them, or two people. With few exception, there's a couple other kind of centers of civilization, but in this game, Windfall Island is the main hub of the economy and civilization, and it's really freaking cool, man. Anyone played Wind Waker besides me?
I haven't. No, I know what it looks like.
Shame of mine that I have not.
It has a Ferris wheel, right? I think that's fun.
A lot of people took one look at Wind Waker, and I'll admit to being guilty of this myself to a small degree, and went this doesn't look like Zelda, and maybe it doesn't at first. There's they force you through these stealth segments at the Forsaken Fortress. I'm like, what is this? This doesn't feel like Zelda, but the minute you land on Windfall Island, it's okay, we've got a Zelda game here. And for what it's worth, Wind Waker could easily be my favorite Zelda game.
I think it is for a lot of people. I never had a GameCube, unfortunately, and I never owned a Wii U. So I was really, really hoping at this last Nintendo Direct that they were gonna finally port Wind Waker HD to Switch. And I'm like, please do it, please do it. And it didn't happen. And I'm like, what are you doing, Nintendo? That was a great Direct. The only thing that could have made it better is if they had added the Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD, ports to Switch.
I would love to play it. Same thing. We had a GameCube, but Zach kind of took ownership of that, and then he was so much younger than me. I kind of went off.
Thanks,
and kept
Zach.
That. Yeah, I'm sure if Zach was here, he probably would have some thoughts on Windfall Island. I'm just happy. I never knew that the Wu-Tang Clan lived there. That's the news to me. That's fun. Sorry, that's a Killer Bees reference for the Wu-Tang fans out there. I don't know that there's any real connection. I don't think Method Man is hanging out with Zelda.
No. Ghostface Killer isn't in Wind Waker. I'm sorry.
It's a shame.
We'll get to it someday, and we'll experience the joy of Windfall Island. But for now, we're going to move on to a truly less joyful place. At number 6.
Number 6.
Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood, thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed, cause the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams.
It's Night City from Cyberpunk 2077. All right, it's time to hear some Hunter on the show. So, Hunter, expel to us the joys and troubles of Night City.
So I think it's got a lot of joy, if you have, the money to pay people to insert it in directly into your brain. I'm actually going to start off. I'm going to read. I get some thoughts from Zach. This was going to be kind of like Zach's pick since he's not here. He kind of wrote down a few notes. I'm gonna try and read them word for word. Those who know me
Can you do
know.
them in Zach's voice?
I'm not even sure I can do them in my voice. I mean, reading, as you know, is not exactly my strongest ability. So I'm going to do my best to read it. I will probably butcher some of what he's trying to say or mispronounce things. And he can get mad at me later. I don't really care. He's my little brother. Fuck off. So, but I'm still going to try my best, Zach. I'm trying my best. He knows that. I do love him. All right, so here comes Zach's thoughts. Hey, Chooms. I just scored some eddies, and I'm going down to the Ripper Dock to throw a Sandevestian upgrade. He might have, I don't know what that word is. Sandevestian. I think he misspelled it. Okay. Those Arasaka bozos will never see me coming again. After that's done, let's go check out that brain dance of the gonk that got himself crucified. That shit's gnarly. He says, Night City and all of its bendy trees were truly brought to life by CD Projekt Red. And even with all of the game's early problems, it still managed to find itself brimming with interesting people and quest lines. My favorite of which did not even include a human NPC, but instead a sentient taxi named Delamain, I think is his name. I think it is. Delamain. Okay, Delamain, thank you. Who is the only taxi service in Night City. As you drive into his quests, you have to help find or corral his road cabs and have them come back into the main base, where you find out that all the robotics have gone haywire, and you have to fight your way into the building to then decide how to fix him in a few different ways that I will leave to the viewers to do themselves. I'm going to spoil that in a minute, so don't worry about that. Night City is a masterpiece of what a devoted team can do to give you a top-tier city, and any gonk who says otherwise can come find me in the underground boxing circuit hanging out with Rhino. Well done, dude. Yeah, good thoughts.
That was really, really good. I like that a lot.
I don't think I butchered it too bad, so I'm gonna give myself a little pen on my.
You got it.
I'm gonna my pretty face. Sorry you had to hear me read that with his face, but whatever. I would say definitely, hands down, one of the coolest looking cities in any game ever. I mean, it's jaw on the ground. Gorgeous every direction you turn, even like the parts are just filled with like crap. It's just like, oh god, like look at that. I felt like I wandered around that game just going like, oh look at that, and I would like turn like, oh look at that, and it was just like hours of me just like, it's just such a well designed city. I mean, it's like you're playing first person open world Blade Runner. I mean, it's just perfect. And the city, Night City, is pretty much where you spend the entire game. There is some areas outside the city. What do they call those? It's Badlands. The Badlands. Yeah. So that's like the kind of Wild West outside the city. But most of the game is played inside the city. And every single corner of the city is just oozing with detail. I mean, they just do not miss detail anywhere. Shops, there's clubs, there's chrome clinics, there's whorehouses. I mean, everywhere you look is just pure eye candy. And it feels like a place that is just fully fleshed out with its own culture. And as you heard from like what Zach was saying, like its own
all the lingo,
you fucking tunes, you know. And it's really well divided out into these kind of like believable districts that like you might find in any city like that, especially kind of like a cyberpunk type city.
There's like the city center, which has got like all the huge skyscrapers, kind of the corporate center of the city, and then there's downtown. It's got clubs and restaurants and galleries and concert halls, stuff like that. And then you've got Watson. These are like the names of the district. That's basically kind of somewhat of like the center city it's kind of downtrodden. It's kind of it hasn't gotten a lot of attention, so it's not really slums exactly, but it's kind of getting to like slum like life. That's where you live, of course. That's where you slum it up. Then there's Westbrook, which is like basically cyberpunk Beverly Hills of Night City. Haywood is in kind of an urban jungle that is actually filled with just slums and gangs. It's just kind of like a shit part of town. Only to be outdone by Pacifica, which is like basically just an abandoned like touristy area. So they built it up to be this like touristy part of the city, and then they just didn't give a shit about it and give it any resources. So it's got nothing. It's got like an old abandoned shopping mall where you fight a giant ass animal woman. And then there's Santo Domingo, which is like kind of the industrial area that's got these. It's kind of got this like industrial, weird, almost like suburban vibe to it. It's like suburban housing, which is really, really cool. And then I think I mentioned the again, you can go outside the city and get to kind of the Badlands. But the city is just it's just so alive and filled with stuff to do and people who you can meet and little corners you can tuck into, and it's got a crazy amount of like Easter eggs in it too. I mean, I guess that's kind of typical, I would say, for like a CD Projekt Red game. But like you can run into, there's like one quest I'm sorry for spoilers if you don't want to hear this stuff, like skip forward a minute, but like you can find on one quest you like break into a police station and they've literally got BB from Death Stranding in there. You can find BB in this game, and you can find you can find Hideo Kojima. Like Hideo Kojima himself is like just randomly a character in this game. If you do the heist mission, you like decide, instead of going up to your room just to look around the area, kind of the lobby area, like he's just chilling over there, and he's apparently like he develops brain dances. That's what the character does in the game. It doesn't say Hideo Kojima, but I mean it's like his completely face scanned into it. And then, without a doubt, one of the best things that, I mean, I have almost probably never smiled as much at a video game as I did when in the quest line that Zach was describing, which is a completely like optional side quest line with the Delamine taxi quest, where you're going to recover these like basically rogue AIs. One of the cabs you find is freaking GLaDOS. I mean, it's just GLaDOS in the cab. Like, it's the voice of GLaDOS, and it's like saying things like GLaDOS, and you're like returning it, and it's just, I mean, it's such a perfect spot for like a little Easter egg like that, and it makes perfect sense in this world, kind of in a weird way. So lots of little Easter eggs. Just like, I don't know if you ever noticed, but like when you're in V's bathroom, there's, if you look like next to the toilet, there's 3 little seashells, you know, which is a complete
yeah, Demolition Man.
Total nod to Demolition Man. So
That's
there's
so
just
funny.
There's like, and I'm leaving so much out, but there's just so many little things like that.
It's such a huge, like, crazily realized city. Like, you know, you've got 10 to 12 minutes to talk. Like, you got to leave stuff out. That you can't cover everything. I mean, there's so much more to talk about too. I mean, just the weird blend of cultures, right?
Yeah.
Between the Japanese culture with Arasaka, and then you have as well as like the sort of like U.S. Hispanic side of it, like the Californication stuff. Like everything is sort of like, because it is like old California, basically, right? So everything's this West Coast kind of feel at the same time. It's just really, really well realized, and like they just like built this whole thing up. I mean, obviously they had a lot of source material to work from with the tabletop game. But just, it's amazing how well they put it all together and just like really created a truly huge, like perfectly realized city.
Yeah,
I don't think there's another city on this list that's realized as well as this one.
It's really as realized as you can get a city to be. And like the cars and everything are so perfect. Like all of the models just feel like they belong there. They have such different varying styles of some muscle cars. And I won't say they don't like handle as well as maybe in some other games, although they have improved that. But like the detail on the interiors of the cars, interiors of the buildings, inside of like the clubs, just like every single NPC, like even if like all you're doing is walking by them, has like some crazy decked out like, you know, face mods or something going on. I mean, there's very few places that you can go in video games where you're like, I am actually here right now. Like this is so cool. And I have
there's no Cyberpunk VR, is there?
I mean, I'm sure somebody's probably modded something, but there's not anything like official that I'm aware of.
That would be really cool if they actually made like an official version of like Cyberpunk VR.
Yeah,
you just jump into
it
that.
Would be
that
amazing.
Was like Hunter's dream.
That would be cool. It's probably not even just my dream. It's like Crystal's dream too, you know, because like then she could lay. Christ, I'm so bad with names. What's her crush?
Judy,
thank you. Yeah, she could VR bed Judy, which I think we all most of us wouldn't mind that. You know.
I was gonna point out that this is when I started playing Cyberpunk 2077. Night City, like there was just this random interaction where like I go up to this street vendor who's just got like some clothes out, and V like makes a comment about them being a former gang member, and like they just respond, and like there's just so much depth just in the interaction. It was totally natural, but it like showed depth to this person, and I was like, this is crazy. And I said something to Hunter, he's like, I found the same guy. It was just there's just like so many little interactions where it's just brilliantly woven in. Like here's this ex-gang member who, like, if I recall, he was like disabled, like, you know, had like chrome legs or something like that, and like couldn't be a gang member anymore, so now he's selling clothes on a street, you know, on the street. And it's really cool. And again, like you guys said, like the different cultures, there was different languages that were being spoken. Just crazy cool. You know, and different economic levels and the cultures that went with the economic levels.
Yeah, and you found your way into those places. Like you found your way into some, like some real shitholes, and then you also found your way into like some of just these insanely glorious like mansions, like up on the cliffs, and like they were all fleshed out like to perfection. It's just such a fun place to explore.
I need to play more Cyberpunk, man.
It's so fun.
I need to play more of that game.
Always.
For sure. All right, well, we could spend a lot more time talking about Night City, but we don't have the time, unfortunately, because we got to move into the bottom 5. At number 5...
Number 5.
Welcome to Just the Facts with J. Jonah Jameson, alerting the fine citizens of New York City to the threats they don't even know about. Namely, that menace Spider-Man. Our first caller is... What'd you say your name was?
Hi, this is Peter Patterson. Don't you think you're a little hard on Spider-Man?
Let me tell you something, Patterson. Spider-Man treats New York City as his own personal playground. Just yesterday, I saw him doing backflips and 360s. Disgraceful. Running and crawling on buildings. In fact, I have it on good authority that he's been doing swan dives off of skyscrapers. It seems the more confident he gets, the more creative he gets. Walk like a normal person.
Oh, come on, what's wrong with a little sightseeing? New York is super diverse and constantly changing. Maybe he's just looking for vantage points to monitor crime?
Crime he's causing, you mean?
We've got New York City from Marvel Spider-Man. Help us out, Spider-Brad. Hey, Spider-Brad! Come on, Spider-Brad!
So, as some, I know probably you guys know, but maybe our audience doesn't, I'm a Long Island boy. So I grew up in the shadow of the city, you know? So this feels like home to me. It really does. I get homesick every time I play these games. right down to the Rangers and Knicks jerseys running around town. This is a remarkably real representation of New York City. Probably the best I've seen in my gaming experience. This is like, it's obviously not like a 1-to-1, but with almost all the landmarks kind of where they belong relative to each other, with the exception of like one or two. This, like the stuff in between, like really doesn't matter all that much. They've really done a great job. So, and they did a really good job of making sure that every district in the city feels different, just like in real life, So in Manhattan, you've got your downtown area, which is different from the financial district. Statue of Liberty, the Pylon, Auerbach Theater, New York Pier, Battery Park, City Hall, Wall Street, all there in the financial district. Chinatown, Little Italy, Greenwich Village. The Museum of Modern Art is there, the Stonewall Inn, the Union Square Park, Washington Square Park are all where they belong. Moving on to like Midtown there, Empire State Building, Chrysler Building, like right there on Lexington Avenue, Times Square, Radio City Music Hall, Paramount Building on Broadway. It's got everything. Grand Central Station, UN Building, Rockefeller Center, the ice rink located outside of 30 Rock, like exactly where it belongs. St. Patrick's Cathedral, which occupies like an entire city block surrounded by 5th Avenue, 50th, Madison, and 51st. Madison Square Garden. This is kind of, I think, maybe the only one I noticed that they blew it here. Normally stands on top of Penn Station, which is a bridge and tunnel. As a bridge and tunnel, Long Island rat, I know that all too well. But for some reason, they moved that over to Hell's Kitchen. I don't know why. The New York City, the New York Public Library's there, which is where people recognize that from the opening scene of Ghostbusters.
Yeah, with the lion statues and everything.
Yeah, and the day after tomorrow.
Yep. Central Park's got the Guggenheim Museum, like along the eastern edge of the park, the Central Park Castle. There's definitely a nod here to like Belvedere Castle, which is a miniature castle atop a rock outcropping known as Vista Rock, which is the highest natural peak in Central Park. That was completed in 1872. The obelisk, or Cleopatra's Needle, is there too. There's also one in London, I believe. Upper West Side's got the Museum of Natural History. They call it the Museum of American Museum of Natural History, I believe. But it's certainly an in-game nod to that museum. That's one of my favorite places to spend a Saturday afternoon with my grandma growing up. I was always fascinated with that place. Amazing museum. Lincoln Center, Morningside main campus of Columbia is there. The Upper East Side there on 65th, you can find the a branch of the New York Public Library. Like why? It's not even a major New York landmark, but it's there. Like if you're on the Upper East Side, like there it is. Like, and there is a branch of the New York Public Library, like right where it is. Harlem's got the Apollo Theater on West 125th, the Trinity Church. There's Rikers Island, and then in Spider-Man 2. They've opened up to Queens and Brooklyn, and for a kid who spent a lot of time in Queens, kind of grew up as a little guy there, Astoria, that's the neighborhood. It's right on the East River. It's right where it belongs. And then there's downtown Queens. You've got that. Anyone ever see when you cross the Queensboro Bridge? There's a sign that says Spoiler Studios. That sign is definitely a nod to the iconic Silver Cup Studio sign that's right there. You can see it off the bridge. It's probably the biggest TV and film studio in the city, with the main office there in Long Island City, Queens. It's there. I love it. Brooklyn, Coney Island. This is my only complaint. Coney Island is too clean. It's a little too generic carnival for me. Again, I haven't been there since probably the mid-90s, but from my recollection of Coney Island, it was never that clean and never that crime-free. But from there, you can actually see the Cyclone Stadium, where the minor league baseball team, the Brooklyn Cyclones, play. There's Williamsburg, Brooklyn over there, with rooftop pools and brownstones all over the place. Like, the geography and the aesthetic there is perfect. Another really, I doubt anyone but New Yorkers will notice this. There's this spot in Spider-Man 2 on one of the rooftops where there's an abandoned water tower, and inside the tower they're having a dance party, right? This this is absolutely a nod to the Arlo Hotel, where they frequently have dance parties. Like, this is definitely the Arlo. And you really just wouldn't know that unless you were kind of in like the New York party scene. Like, it's not a famous New York thing, but a New Yorker definitely put that in. It just lends that like authenticity. Like downtown Brooklyn, all the bridges are there: Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan Bridge, Williamsburg, Queensboro, all there. Not to mention, now they're gonna pepper in like Marvel Universe.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
right?
like, you forgot Stark Tower.
Yeah, Rand Corporation, Wakandan Embassy in Midtown, Fist
Avengers Tower.
Fogwell's Gym, Alias Investigation, Jonesy's Bar and Hell's Kitchen, the Sanctum Sanctorum in Greenwich, Damage Control HQ in the Financial District, the Bar with No Name in Harlem, Avengers Tower, the Raft on the Upper East Side. It's all there. It is freaking remarkable, people.
Don't forget to tip your tour guide at the end of that. Like, I just went on a whole tour of New York. That's incredible.
And that's because my show research was this morning when I woke up at 5:30. I threw on Spider-Man 2 and spent about 90 minutes swinging around that city just looking for things that I'd recognize.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's really the
this is
coolest
list
thing.
I came up with.
That's one of the coolest things about it too, is that like it's not just, whoa, there's the Radio City Music Hall. It's like, I want to go to the top of the sign. Like, I want to be on top of the Empire State Building. Like, wherever you want to be in that city, you can get there like that. And there's nothing more fun. I mean, it's like the best playground for Spider-Man in the comics and movies for a reason. It's the best playground, and they recreated that playground so perfectly. I never understood, but I remember hearing people like complaining about fast traveling in, I guess, the second game or like whatever the mechanic was, and I was like, why the fuck are you fast traveling in this game? Like, who is going to fast travel in a Spider-Man game? Like, the whole point is you get to swing around as Spider-Man. Like, just go where you want to go, right? Like, just wingsuit up in the clouds.
Yeah, the adding the web wings really made that so much more pleasurable to get around, even though the swinging is great. So, but yeah, thank you for taking us on a tour of New York, Brett. That was
amazing.
For me,
really, really great.
For me, really, the beauty of it is just the extreme attention to detail. Again, it's not a one-to-one. You know, you're not going to find, where you grew up. But like I said, the stuff in between is less significant than it kind of all the major stuff being in the right place relative to each other. A lot of time and effort was put into that, a lot of love and care. And I really appreciate that as someone who did grow up in the shadow of this giant fucking city. So, yeah, definitely hats off to them for that. Love it.
Love this city. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
All right. Well, let's leave the lovingly crafted recreation of New York behind to go to something a little more futuristic, sort of, kind of. At number 4.
Number 4.
We have Midgar from Final Fantasy VII Remake. All right, we like to talk about Final Fantasy VII Remake on this show a lot. We have done a lot of talking about that game, that series on this show in the last several episodes. We're going to do some more. Midgar is an interesting pick, I think, for this list, especially after Rebirth came out, because there are so many really well-realized cities and towns throughout Rebirth. And Midgar, and the reason I say it's interesting, you spend the entirety of the first portion of Remake Final Fantasy VII Remake itself in Midgar. But you actually don't get to see that much of the city. The city is broken up into 8 districts, or 8. They're called sectors. There's actually 9. There's a sector 0, which is where Shinra executive headquarters is located in the middle of the city, and then they often refer to Midgar as like the Great Pizza. So it's round, and then each sector is like a slice of that pizza. And you don't actually spend that much time in many of the sectors, with the exception of Sector 7, Sector 5, and Sector 6. In Sector 1, you end up blowing the... each of the sectors has a reactor, right? A MAAK reactor that helps power and generate power for the city. And there's a whole undersection of the city that's called the slums. And that's where all the poor folk live. Dan talked when we discussed Rapture about the kind of disparity between the rich and the poor, right? All the poor people in Midgar live down in the slums, and all the rich schmucks, all the white collars and that work for Shinra live up top, and that's where the nice part of the city is. You don't really get to see much of that throughout the entirety of Final Fantasy VII. In Remake, you get to see a little bit of it, a little teeny tiny slice of it. Like when you go up to visit Jessie's parents, right, to steal her dad's ID card from the house. And then you get to see, like, okay, this is what it's like, and up top it's kind of like a really nicer, like, suburban area. There's a lot of, like, kind of modern looking houses, cars parked in driveways and that kind of stuff, like paved streets. Down below it's all ramshackle, like wooden and tin roof shacks and stuff like that. And it's dirt streets, and everything just cobbled together. There's trash everywhere, there's junk everywhere. It's really not that nice of a place to visit. That's mainly what it looks like in like Sector 7, in the Sector 7 slums. And there's a lot of people living down there. Sector 7 is, in and of itself, in the slums, has about, I was doing some research, about 50,000 people that live in the Sector 7 slums. It's actually considered one of the safest sections of the Undercity, because it actually has a really strong neighborhood watch there, as well as, where did I write that note? There's a stationed Shinra Public Security Division there, which is really rare for the underside of the city. So it's actually, a lot of people want to live in Sector 7 because it's like a safer area. There's a lot of shops and everything around that area. Obviously, the Seventh Heaven bar is there. That's the bar that Tifa owns. That also acts as the Avalanche headquarters for the splinter group of Avalanche that your group, your characters participate in. Outside of that, you get to see the Undercity in Sector 5. It's a lot more vibrant with plant life there compared to a lot of the other sections of the city. Has a real like floral vegetation motif going on with the there's the Sector 5 church where Cloud falls through the roof and meets Aerith for the first time. Aerith's house is also there, and she's got a nice waterfall going on with a big pond, and there's a lot of flowers growing there. And there's a community center down there, and the Leaf House, which is an orphanage where they are raising orphan children in that section of the city. And then kind of the main portion of the city that you spend a lot of time in, that everybody really, really likes, is Wall Market. And Wall Market is in the Undercity of Sector 6. And the interesting thing about Wall Market is it's what's left of the Sector 6 Undercity, Sector 6 Undercity after the plate in Sector 6 actually fell and destroyed most of the Undercity from Sector 6. And the only reason that Wall Market survived was it was close to the pillar, to the inside of the pillar. So it was like largely undamaged when it fell. It kind of like fell at an angle, and so it wasn't crushed like everything else. Wall Market is run by organized crime. There's a guy there named Don Corneo. He kind of owns that part of the city. But it's a lot more upbeat. It's a lot nicer. It's a lot cleaner than a lot of the rest of the city. They call it Wall Market because it's actually walled in. So rather than trying to get rid of organized crime, they just walled it all in that part of the city. But there's a lot going on in Wall Market. It has the Honeybee Inn Adult Club, which everybody knows.
I'm feeling pretty Honeybee Inn right now, by the way.
You are.
Yeah, we gotta get you a nice dress down at the dress shop. Doll you up a little more.
Oh man, it's one step at a time.
Need some details.
There's an actual inn that you can stay at outside of the Honeybee Inn. There's an item store called Item, which is basically a kiosk that's guarded by a big machine gun turret. If you steal stuff, you get shot. It has a pharmacy where you can buy various drugs and digestives. A boutique where Cloud buys his dress in that portion of the game. There's a materia store. There's Chocobo Sam's delivery service. We meet Chocobo Sam, who's one of the Don Corneo's 3 head guys or whatever. There's Drunkard's Bar. There's Madam M's massage parlor where you can go and have a nice time. Cloud certainly did in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Has a weapon shop. Has a gym where you can go and get really pissed off trying to do pull-ups.
Unless you're Zach.
Yeah, unless you're Zach.
Unless you're Zach.
Figured that out.
It has a Coliseum where you can fight a house, which is always fun. And it has Don Corneo's mansion. So, like I said, that area of town, it's a lot more like going to Las Vegas without the gambling. Like, there's neon signs flashing everywhere. It's bright. It's colorful. It's really gaudy. And then outside of that, you don't see a lot else of Midgar. You see a lot of construction zones, train tunnels, collapsed expressways. You run through a lot of junkyards and old abandoned warehouses and stuff like that. But you don't really get to see a lot of what the city's like above ground until the very end of the game when you kind of infiltrate Shinra's headquarters in Sector 0. But the interesting thing about the city is really, I guess, just the diversity of the climate in there and just the socioeconomic difference between the rich and the poor, because it's so striking. You do get to see a little bit more up top in Remake at the beginning of the game. After you bomb the Mako reactor in Sector 1, you end up kind of escaping through Sector 8, I think. And everything's on fire and in a state of emergency, but you're running through there and it's very upscale. It feels like running through kind of like Paris or something like that, through the streets of Paris. There's big fountains everywhere and stuff like that, compared to you get down below and everybody's living in a shack. So, Brad, as a lover of Final Fantasy VII, do you have anything else to add about Midgar?
Not a whole lot, man. You hit most of my notes here. I do like how Sector 8 looks really kind of boutique-y, and it's got that kind of old school European downtown feel, which is great. And yeah, right, you don't get to see a whole lot of Midgar. You do have to kind of look. I think you can see a little more of it in Advent Children. Don't you see a little bit of Above the Plate in that movie? It's been a very long time.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Advent Children is most of Midgar is destroyed, and so most of the people had to leave Midgar because there was so much Mako poisoning and everything, and so you do see portions of Midgar, but it's been largely abandoned.
Yeah. Really cool, really vibey, kind of that, like you said, big disparity between the haves and the have-nots, and it's really demonstrated by the environmental storytelling here. So they did a really great job on that, especially in Remake, which is the one we're talking about here, and fortunately, yeah, they do really make Midgar more of a character in the remake than they did in the original, which I appreciated. They get a lot more personality there. They really fleshed out Wall Market, which I love, that you mentioned. Yeah, so you hit most of my talking points there, Wes. Yeah, real good. Midgar's awesome. Great video game city. Definitely deserves to be in top 5.
Nice. Hunter, you have any comments, or Dan?
I was just gonna add that I think one of my favorite views of the city is actually when you're up in like the like you're under the plate, but you're kind of in like the rafters up there. You're like trying to turn off some lights. I think that like the like artificial light, like that is replacing the sun.
The sun lights, the sun lamps.
The people below can't see up to the sun, and there's just some really like the scale of that they do. I think a really good job with of like actually giving you like a visual of like under the city there, and like you really are getting that like literal division of social classes. It's like the people that they feel are beneath them are literally put beneath them, and there's some good imagery in that. You're talking about environmental storytelling, and one of my favorite spots is just like when you're up in those rafters, you can actually see like the pollution and waste just being like piped and pumped down, and there's like gas, like black smog, like coming out of these like vents and pipes, just like going down into the city, and it's pretty striking right there. I really love that they were able to like take that Final Fantasy VII and somehow recreate this in a way that works so well for this city.
I was just going to point out there's a number of games on this list or cities in games on this list that I haven't played. I have not played any version of Final Fantasy VII, but I know about Midgar. Like, it is an iconic city. A lot of these other towns I've got no connection with. I'm just like, yeah, okay, thanks. That sounds great. But like Midgar, I hear about it. I know what the like the motif, like the aesthetic is, and like it's an iconic city.
It's
for
wholly
sure.
unique city. I remember when they first one of my favorite pieces of content ever created. We talked about this before, but when back like it was game trailers then, and when the E3 announcement came out for Final Fantasy VII Remake, and they showed basically kind of like this kind of bird's eye view, like kind of like almost like a drone flying over the city, and they had like kind of some pictures, but they hadn't announced anything yet. And like Kyle Bossman is just like, that looks just like Midgar right there, like that's Midgar, and it's like it's just got such a very specific look and feel to that city that's never been done before or really after. It would be hard to ever recreate that. Like it's just kind of perfect in that way.
Yep.
Totally.
Nice.
Love it.
All right. Well, with that, we're gonna put our Buster Swords away. We're gonna get out our baseball bats because it's time for number 4. At number 4.
Number 3.
We're heading to the streets of Kamurocho, baby. All right.
Pretty sure it's
Kamurocho
number
from
3. Sorry, I think it's number 3.
You're right. It is number 3. Thank you for the correction.
Do you want to do that again? You can.
No, it's number 3.
All right, fair enough. Number 3.
All right, number 3, Kamurocho from the Yakuza series. So Kamurocho, kind of like New York City from Spider-Man, is probably one of the most real-world, realistic cities. Even though it's not a real city, it is modeled after a real city. It is modeled after Kabukicho, which is Tokyo's renowned red light district, located in the Shinjuku ward of Tokyo. And like its real-world counterpart, it's full of retail shops, izakaya, restaurants, and mizu shobai establishments, which are like hostess clubs, soap lands, and nightclubs. And it's like a real place where you would go to like unwind. Like a lot of people go to Kabuchiko after work to go drinking and to hang out. And there's, you know, big like electric neon signs and like everywhere. And they modeled this thing as closely after Kabukicho as they possibly could, to the point where and there's several games, right, where you can do this, where they call like video tourism or whatever, but this one has been really kind of highly regarded in terms of that. So if you want an experience of what it's like to go to Tokyo, to walk around in the streets of Tokyo, like look no farther than Kamurocho and going there. But you got to be careful because it's all sorts of you know, goons, thugs, you know, jerks and otherwise, like hanging around, just waiting to pick a fight with you as you walk around. That said, I don't know that there's I mean, we talked about how fully realized Night City was, and there's a lot that you can do in Night City, but I don't know that, considering like the size of Kamurocho, which is not a huge city. It's an open world area, but it's very, for what it is, it's pretty condensed, I would say. Like in real life, it's like 2 square miles generally. It's not a giant city like Night City that covers, that's like hugely open and sprawling. You can run from one end to the other in about 3 to 4 minutes, probably, if you're not getting into fights on the way. But it is stuffed and packed full of things to do. There are probably no other city on this list that has as many things to do as there is in Kamurocho. Just a few activities that you can do, but not the full list here. You can do karaoke. You can go to golf driving ranges. You can go bowling. There's batting cages. There's darts. You can go to an arcade center and play tons of classic arcade games. There's claw machines. There's table tennis. You can manage your own business, various businesses throughout the series. There's you can do like dating sim stuff, or you can go to these call centers and like call girls on the phone. There's various gambling activities like pachinko and other like illegal casino games. You can play mahjong, you can play shogi, you can build your own little like slot cars and do like slot car racing. You can go to, I don't know even how many like restaurants and bars, and you can even go dancing and do like dancing rhythm games. And that's, I'm not even like capturing the full list of all the stuff that you can do. They pulled in a lot of real world like brands like Boss Coffee that you can buy. You can buy Mountain Dew in the game. Various other PepsiCo products.
I gotta play it.
I can't remember what's the famous whiskey that you can buy. The Japanese whiskey. It was in. I can't remember the Bill Murray movie where he goes and he's like hanging out in Tokyo and doing the commercials for Lost in Translation.
I don't
so
remember
he's
the
doing
name of
a commercial for that whiskey, but you can get that whiskey in the game. There's like Don Quixote discount chain stores there, Club Sega arcades. Those are real things that you can go to in that area. So it's kind of cool, like the level of realism that they pulled into that whole thing. Just some areas from the city. There's Tenkaichi Street, which is home to the famous Kamurocho Gate. Nakamichi Street, which is the central street of Kamurocho. Pink Street, which is kind of where the adult entertainment establishments are. Theater Square, which is a public square for various shopping entertainment businesses. West Park, which is a big park located in northeast Kamurocho that, depending on what game you're playing, is a home to a homeless encampment and an entrance to a subterranean gambling and pleasure den called Purgatory. Of course, there's the Millennium Tower, which is this huge skyscraper that, depending on what game you're playing, is or is not built. It's not in Zero because it was that was before it was built. But a lot of the Yakuza games kind of end in the Millennium Tower, where you get kind of like the final fight in the Millennium Tower, which is fun. One of the unique things I think about Kamurocho is that the series takes place over, like, I don't even know how many years, like 40 years or something like that. And so you really see the town. There's no other video game town that you can see change and develop like Kamurocho, because in Yakuza 0 takes place in the 80s, all the way to Infinite Wealth, which takes place in 2024, in the current year. And there's a number of games like in between that time, and it just has this huge, range of timelines. And you see businesses come and you see businesses go. You're like, well, I'm going to go and check out Serena. And, oh, Serena's not there anymore. Now they have a different bar there. It's called like New Serena, or you go to where a location is in this game, and there's maybe they've closed it down. You can't get over there anymore, or they're doing construction over here now because they're building something new. And it's really interesting just to see the city kind of change and develop over time that you can't see with probably any other city in any other video game series. And of course, you also don't get into fights in any other real city like you do in Kamurocho. There's always a bicycle or a trash can or a motorcycle or a street sign available to just pound some goons into the dust. And it's a good time. So, Anybody else have anything else to say about Kamurocho?
I think I would just add that the people that you meet there it's just such a mixed bag of just silly and funny and emotional, and like every one of them has got like their own kind of like backstory. Like in Zero, there's like this dude who was like a human, like was one of those people who was like a street performer, was like a human statue who like had this like really sad backstory. And then you like run into a guy like running around in like a diaper. And then there's like Mr. Shakedown, is like a massive dude running around the street. Like, good luck hitting that guy with a bicycle. He's gonna take all your money. I mean, the people in the stories also go in to add to that. And from what I understand too, and we got to do this, by the way. I know this is like one of Brad's like biggest dreams. We got to make a reality. But my understanding is, if you actually do go to Kabukicho, like if you play those games enough, you just find your way around. Like, you kind of know your way around. Like, people who've gone there, like, I recognize this. I recognize some of the restaurants, like the shops, like the corners. Like the batting cage is basically exactly the same. It's like a different name, but it's there. Like, it's like you really have been transported in a video game to a real city that's, the ultimate kind of quality over quantity, although it has quantity with things to do, but it's like, again, it's not like this huge city where it's like a ton to like look at, but everything is just so realized in that space. It's incredible. It's nothing like it.
Yeah, and to that end, even the dialect and the things that people say to you are pulled in some instances from the developers going and doing research. Like, they went to like hostess clubs and they pulled like some of the dialogue in the hostess clubs directly out of stuff that like some of the hostesses said to them when they went to go and visit those clubs. And even some of the people that ran those clubs have even commented about how kind of authentic the experience is, like translated into that. And they've had a real appreciation for it. It's pretty cool.
That's
really cool.
Yeah, it's the attention to detail, like Wes said, the chock-a-block like fashion in which they just cram all this awesome shit to do like into this little play world. I've lost hours of my life like on my way to a mission, but like I'm gonna stop in here and just play some Space Harrier. And,
yeah, you can fully fleshed out video games. Like,
and I'm like, all right, that's enough Space Harrier, and then like, I gotta play Hang On, like one game of Hang On, and then I'm out of here, and then and then it's 3:00 in the morning, and all I've done is played Space Harrier, and Hang On all night, and that's fantastic.
That's a good night, man.
I'm convinced that like some of the restaurants and stuff you go into, like they just fully flesh out the menus on there. It's like you can just order anything on the menu that's like actually in those places. It's crazy.
Yeah, and they all have different menus, and you can order different things, and it's cool.
Very, very cool.
All right. It's time to move on to one of my personal favorite cities. I'm really happy this is on the list. And number 2.
Number 2.
Ah, the North. A land of so many realms. Left and right, they ask you to bend the knee to this or that king. For those who are unable or unwilling, stands the free city of Novigrad. Home to a great faith, great commerce, master craftsmen, the rich, and of course, the poor. And this great urban cauldron has become a breeding ground for all those criminally inclined. For years, chaos ruled Novigrad's underworld.
We have Novigrad from The Witcher 3. And Dan, you'll have to apologize because I forgot to do this earlier, so I'm going to do it now. It doesn't quite fit, but would you kindly tell us about The Witcher 3?
Tell you
Novigrad.
Okay, about Novigrad. Yes.
Novigrad specifically.
Novigrad. Well, boy, there's a lot you can say about Novigrad. It is a very complex city with a deep history. You can go when you go and you look it up, like they've got the history like lined out for literally centuries, going back to the very conjunction of the spheres, which is kind of like when magic kind of came to the plane and humans and the conflicts that began with all of that. Novigrad was an elf city on the Pontar river, right at the delta, and then it became it was abandoned by the elves and then became a human city, and you know it transferred power a few times, and now it's part of the country of Redania, but it is also considered a free city for a number of different reasons. It's just a really interesting city. As you play The Witcher 3, you start in the like the swampy region of Valen, and you finally finally progress along far enough that you are at the point where you are headed to Novigrad, and it's like even getting there is this like whole difficult experience. We have to do all these things to finally get into the city. And when you enter the city, like you can feel like you've been struggling and striving all along, and like there's this relief. I've made it to the city, and then you're just kind of like, now what? Like where even am I? And you begin by exploring the different areas of the city. There's let's see, I just counted it up. I think it's like 12 different regions to the city, starting with the outer area of Far Corners, where it's like just the different farmland, and then you go through the Bits, which is kind of the poor area, and then you move into the city itself and all the different regions as you explore Harbor Side and Glory Lane, the Fish Market, the Lace Halls. You eventually end up in like the Hierarch Square, eventually going over to Temple Isle, and then your quest line, the quest lines will ultimately lead you into like the Putrid Grove and all these different areas. And every single one of them, one of the things I love about the city is every single area feels unique, but it doesn't feel like, as you walk through the city, it doesn't feel like, hey, here's a wall, that was this section, now you're in a new section and it's a totally different motif or anything. Like there is a change, but it's progressive. Like you kind of move from one to the other, and you're like, oh, hey, now all of a sudden everything's like really nice red brick buildings and like clean and decorated, and you're like, oh, yeah. Okay. And then you're walking along and you start across this bridge and you're like, wait, I'm moving into this like whole new area. Oh, I'm on this like whole island that's like completely dedicated to this temple. So it's really interesting how it's just very naturally progresses from one area to the next. and you can't talk about Novigrad without pointing out like the depth of quests that are there in the city. Like the main quest line will take you through so many things, but just like walking through the street, you run across so many different things. Like there's a master swordsmith there, and like you just kind of happen upon him and begin to interact with him, and you begin to, and he offers this whole quest line that's like really complex that eventually unlocks this master swordsmith who can make you these fantastic weapons. But he's basically making trash for the military because he has to basically. And it's just amazing, like throughout the entire city, like just the depth. There's quest lines you'll find outside of the city that will bring you back to it, and then you'll get involved in the city, and you'll end up going out. And every time it's like, hey, there's like this new activity that I'm doing, like, but you're exploring more and more sections. And I've never felt like I've fully explored the city of Novigrad. It's just so large and complex.
And it's just super dense, and these like little like alleyways that lead in between, and you just kind of never really know where you're gonna end up walking through it, because
absolutely
it is just so like it's a complex maze of this old castle town, and just absolutely striking just walking around. You get up on some parapets sometime, you look down across the whole valley with everything laid out, the river down below. It is such a cool town that you can literally lose hours and hours walking around.
Yeah, and I think it's really fun too, because there's a kind of a part of the quest line where you're working with Dandelion, who ends up taking over an inn, and you help him actually like run a tavern to a degree in the city, and you can help him make decisions on what it even looks like inside, or like, and how to whether to go like kind of on the cheap or to like really put some money into it. It's just really like it's just so complex. I was reading up on it today, and one of the authors was saying, I never, like, the way I learned how to figure out my way around the city of Novigrad was by the different bars. Like I knew, okay, I go to Crippled Kate's and it's over there, or I go to Rosemary and Thyme, and then you go past it and turn right, or just all these different, like that was how he got around. I did all of my navigating I went to the main square, and then I could like find my way from there. It's like, oh, it's kind of up into the like nicer part of town up the hill, or it's like, hey, it's over towards the the harbor area. But I would default to like the square and then move out, and like that was just kind of how it worked. But like there's not like signs and around, and you could follow your like little golden trail for the quest, but like who wants to do that when you've got this beautiful city to explore that's just so complex? And it's beautiful, like it is bright and colorful and muddy, and like there's people everywhere, and they're making like weird coughing, clearing their throats, spitting noises, and
roasting pigs in the street, and juggling on the corner, and you got people out there like from the Eternal Flame that are evangelizing to the people, and it's just like super fleshed out, just really cool.
There's religious pamphlets on the ground that you pick up, and and there's just so much stuff, like so much attention to detail. I look at that and I'm like, okay, I can see that's just an incredible city. And I think it's interesting, CD Projekt Red, they've got two cities on this list. Like they do cities so well. It's just incredible.
Sorry about that.
And
wasn't gonna make it.
No worries. And I mean, all of the cities in Witcher 3 I think are really cool. I love going to Oxenford too. I mean, Oxenford's not on the list, but I mean, it's
such a fun one.
Yeah, I really love that one too.
It drips college town. It's so fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, anyway, all right. Well, we have a biggie here at the end, and Hunter's eager to get to it, so we're gonna let him do that. At number 1.
Number 1.
It's Yarnum from Bloodborne. Surprise, surprise. There you go. All right, Hunter.
Sorry, I'm doing the for audio listeners. I'm doing the make contact sign there. Yeah. So sorry for people watching. I had to dip out. I have the bladder of a 90-year-old, and I hope that in the Novigrad thing that Triss Marigold got mentioned. If not, I'm mentioning her now because that's where you find her, and she's the best. All right, sorry. To my favorite city, and honestly, I don't even know where to begin on this one. This is my favorite place in any video game ever made. I can't imagine anything ever topping it. The city, since Wes isn't sitting here, I'll say deserves like a 3-hour-long analysis. I'm not going to do that, but many people have done that, and I encourage you to go watch some of the like lore analysis and some of the other analysis done by like Vidya and Redgrave and Epic Name Bro and some people like that who really take some deep dives into the city. I'm going to do my own like kind of little bullet point version of that. Go through some of my favorite things. Aside from the fact that the Gothic Victorian architecture like undeniably makes for one of the coolest looking cities ever made, it also is like coupled with probably, in my opinion, the best level design ever made. Like it just matches the aesthetic of the city and the level design, like kind of the maze like framework of it and shortcuts and stuff like that. You find yourself in this game, you wake up essentially on like a medical table of sorts. You just receive like, there's like a intro, you get like a cutscene where you get like a blood transfusion and some weird stuff happening. But you tighten your suspenders up and you dispatch a werewolf with your bare hands and you open the doors to the clinic into the city, and it's just breathtaking right off the bat. One of the most meticulously crafted cities of all time. Like the door opening animations in Souls games in general are amazing, but I love these. Are the most. The sounds just like, and there's just, I mean, everything in the city has a purpose. Like every gate, every statue, every incense-filled pot, the skyline just exudes this macabre beauty that is like as striking as it is ominous and evil in a way. And like a giant astral clock tower looms above like all of it, like this big eyeball peering down at you, like daring you to like come and seek out the city's dark secret, and it's got this like setting sun at the beginning that's just like burning through the skyline of the city, and it's like this almost like a warning beacon telling you that like the night is coming soon, like this is going to be a long night, a night of the hunt. And it's got this claustrophobic feel to it, like everything is like kind of bent in, like closing in on you, and there's like, especially in some areas, there's like little room to move around in the streets because they're just littered with a abandoned carriages and caskets, and you're in a city that has been destroyed by a plague. I mean, that's what's happening around you. And you run into some locals, you know, and they want to show off their collection of pitchforks and cleavers and torches and scythes, and they get upset when you show up to their beast burning party uninvited. It just, man, it like at first it just feels like, you know, a place where you're just like, you know, fighting some enemies, slicing up some beasts. But like within the walls of the city, you run into some of the most like personal, impactful stories ever written. Like there's a little girl with a music box who's lost her parents. I have to watch myself because if I start crying, because that story always makes me want to cry. And I can't cry because my mascara is going to run. I know what it feels like now, you know. I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
But I don't want to like ugly cry with mascara. Like I'm not used to that side of ugly crying. There's a sick man who gives you directions and is kind to you. You know, I am going to try not to spoil some of this stuff just in case, you know, somebody hasn't played it. I'm going to maybe spoil a little bit, but there's a fellow hunter, one of my favorite NPCs ever. You know, Eileen the Crow, dressed as a plague doctor with a cowl made of crow feathers. There's just so much to like explore and discover in the city, and it's such like the focal point of the game. Despite the fact that not all of the game takes place there, you kind of keep coming back to it in a way. Like the city is like where this Lovecraftian like horror is like coming, like being exposed. And it's divided, just from a city standpoint, it's divided, like most of these, it's divided into a bunch of different districts, mostly like the others dictated by social classes. This one is pretty much controlled by the local church, the Healing Church. Central Yarnum is where you start out. It's kind of your introduction to the game and the city. It's actually an upper class area. Combination of tight alleys, huge courtyards. There's a maze of sewers, which feel like they could be like their own level in the game. You make your way through that. You end up moving up to the Cathedral Ward, which is like above Central Yarnum. It's where the Healing Church kind of operates, where they have their workshop. This is where the highest members of the Healing Church reside or resided, assuming they haven't turned into crazy, huge, terrifying beasts. And they protect, they have like these kind of like church workers, servants, like that protect the Grand Cathedral, which is like in the middle of Cathedral Ward. And then you have one of my favorite areas in any game ever, Old Yarnum.
Yeah.
Which is
Old Yarnum rocks.
home. It's
I love that
home
area.
now. Home now only to beasts. It's an area that's devoid of human life aside from one old hunter who's like guarding this town that has nothing but people who have succumbed to the plague, turned into beasts, and he's guarding them all with a fucking Gatling gun on top of a clock tower, and he will fire
As
it at
one
you.
does.
Yeah, as you do. And it's just so cool because this is like basically where the environmental storytelling just continues to just kick into like a higher gear, where, you know, this is where the plague first showed or reared its ugly face, or at least that's what they say. And so the Healing Church and the higher level social classes decided, well, just burn it all. Like people, town, the whole thing. They just burn Old Yarnum. So it's kind of got this like scorched, ashy look to it. And the beasts, if you have a torch out, they're afraid of fire because like there's still some kind of like human element to them that remembers the fire, and they're afraid of it. Like, it's just insane. And then you have some like suburbs of the city, kind of like Hemlock Charnel Lane, which is like a cozy little town, you know,
where they take
So
all the
cozy.
they take all the dead bodies and they take them to be chopped up and they collect their eyeballs.
That's cozy.
That's very cozy. And there's like way more areas. This is why I can't just like ramble on for hours, but just from a video game perspective, again, the level design is flawless. The city like mazes around and it's filled with some of the most rewarding shortcuts you will ever experience. Like sometimes when you just like open a gate and you're like, oh, like I got through that area, and you know you play a Souls game. That's like such a big deal when it's like I don't have to go that way anymore. Although for me, like it's like once you get used to it, like you just go where you want. But it's got great enemy variety.
That damn pig in the sewer or whatever.
That thing is terrible. The thing is, you got to go behind it. You know, go behind it, and you got to give it a little bit of a, you know, proctology exam of its pig ass.
You had to give it a green finger, right, Brad?
Yeah.
A sword enema.
It's got just incredible enemy variety. It's like every enemy has a place and a purpose, and again, it's got memorable
reason to be there.
It's got memorable NPCs, and good God, some of just the best bosses ever created. I mean, the first one most people fight is the cleric beast, you know, which is like healing church. Like the people who were getting the most like tainted blood were the ones who turned into the craziest beasts. That's kind of like how the lore and the story goes. So this is like a high member of the church who like turned into this giant boss beast. You got Father Gascoigne, which is connected to this story with the little girl, which is just, again, it's just so amazing. Vicar Amelia, the Bloodstarved beast. And as you progress in the game and you gain more insight, the city just continues to get like even crazier. Like your eyes like literally are opening in the game so that you can see more that you couldn't see before. Like that's a crazy mechanic to me. And if you play the DLC, we discussed this a little bit in the DLC episode, but Yharnam is still the setting for the Old Hunters DLC, but it's like a nightmare version of Yharnam, which is also unbelievably good. And I'm going to kind of end it there. Let some other people know. Other people probably want to. I know Brad, because he played through with this with me, probably wants to talk about it. But just suffice it to say, Yharnam is the best video game city to me. And there's no way after talking about it like this that I'm not going to go back and play Bloodborne probably. Like, I'm probably going to play it like as soon as we're done, because I can't help myself.
I'm thinking about it too.
Anyway, that's kind of my take on
Adios, tree. Bring back Bloodborne.
Yes, do something with Bloodborne, please. I'll keep mine short and sweet. I absolutely love Yharnam, and going through it with someone as passionate as Hunter, because we played the game together, you know, as part of our kind of like little ongoing Thursday night. Let's make each other play games that we normally don't. This game got me into a genre, and I love it now. Yharnam is a living piece of art. Yharnam is Castlevania with a pulse. Yharnam from every tight alley, every back corner, every window with a light on is just an absolutely living, breathing place to be, and there's nothing else like it. It's phenomenal. I love it.
Yeah,
it's a top-notch city.
No city with a better atmosphere, even over Rapture, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it is what it is. The game, like it is what it makes the game just amazing.
Yeah, I could gush about it like over and over again, but just it's got sprawling courtyards and like you run into enemies like in there where you're like, what the hell is this thing doing here? You've been fighting all these beasts, all of a sudden you run into like these like things that don't look anything like any other enemy you fought, and the characters that like are pitted against each other, and giant lurking like church I don't even know what you call
those giants.
I forget the name of them. Yeah, and then in the middle of all of it is Erden Chapel, which is kind of like the central hub for like all the NPCs that you like help. They kind of find their way. So like NPCs you talk to might
end up like coming back to the chapel, like including like the person at the clinic that you first met, or you can send them to the clinic or you can send them to the Urn Chapel, but like you have this hub to basically send these NPCs, and then they get into like their own relationships and like weirdness, and
they don't like each other. They'll stand apart from each other.
They don't like each other. One of them is a
Yeah.
whore, and you can actually get her to give you her blood because apparently it's pure. And then, oh my god, the craziness that goes on in that chapel and in that city, and the people that you meet, and it's so weird because like when you play it the first time, you probably get very little of this, like without knowing where to go and who to talk to. So it really requires you taking your time and being a part of the community and like figuring some of these things out. But once you know all of its little details, it just continues to blow your mind. And a lot of it's left up for interpretation, which I think is also cool. So,
For sure. All right. Well, I think we did it. I think we counted down the top 10 video game cities. But let's recap them really quickly, just because we do that every episode. At number 10, it's Inaba from Persona 4. Number 9, Clocktown from Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Number 8, Rapture from Bioshock. Number 7, Windfall Island from Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Number 6, Night City from Cyberpunk 2077. Number 5, The Real New York City from Marvel Spider-Man. Number 4, Midgar from Final Fantasy VII Remake. Number 4, number 3, Kamurocho
Joker
from the Yakuza franchise. Number 2, Novigrad from The Witcher 3. And number 1, Yharnam from Bloodborne. Well done, gentlemen. Well done.
Very nice. Great list.
Excellent list. Thank you again, community, for helping us to pull that list together. This was a real banger.
Really fun.
And it was super fun to talk about. Any honorable mentions before we announce next month's topic?
I feel like we have to mention at least. I'm gonna mention a few. One that I feel like some people listening might be like, well, where is this one? Or like any from this developer, but Los Santos was the closest one that got basically kicked out by some of the late. It was on the spot and it got kicked out.
Shenanigans.
In some weird ways, I kind of am glad it is, despite the fact that, like, as a city, it's about as realized as you'll get in terms of, you know, feeling like a real city. But anyway, yeah, that one just barely didn't make the cut. Also, Traverse Town was right behind that one, which is a fun town from Kingdom Hearts. And then Columbia was also, like, all of these were kind of stacked right beside each other, and then really fun. And I would have loved to have, like, probably gotten somebody else to come in here and talk about it. But Radiata City was actually right there too, which, like, there's a lot of love for Radiata City, even though, like, it's not
surprisingly so, right?
Yeah, I gotta unwrap this game up here and play it someday. I got it. I don't know if we got it at PAX. I got it right here. I just gotta crack this thing open and go check out Radiata City.
Nice.
But those are the ones.
Anybody else have any honorable mentions, Brad or Dan?
Yeah, I'll mention. I love Tokyo from P5. Predictably, just real colorful, real active.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. That's all.
Yeah,
nice.
I saw some love for the Citadel in Mass Effect, and I love that city, but I also think it doesn't belong on this list because. And I understand Mass Effect 1 had a time, it was a product of its time, but like that, there's so much potential for a a ship, like a space station city. Like, yeah, the Citadel has got so much potential, and like the idea, the concept of it is amazing. I wish it had just a little bit more to it in the actual game.
We talked a decent amount about the Citadel actually in our DLC episode because it like plays such a role in the DLC.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe one of the problems with not the problems, but one of the parts that makes Citadel kind of difficult is that it's just not an outdoor city. As you explore, especially in Mass Effect 3, as you explore, it's different. It feels like it's different levels of one building because you take the stairwell or fast transportation between these different sections, but it feels like just one column, and it's like
a building than a city.
Yeah,
kind of.
it could have been
agree
more.
with that. I completely agree with that. It was an amazing place. It never really felt like a city like some of these others did. So good call though.
Yeah.
Great one.
All right. Well, it's that time of the show to announce what's going to be our next top 10, and I'm going to allow Hunter the privilege.
Oh. All right.
Telling everybody what we decided on.
Sure. This one.
Excited about it.
I should tell whose idea this was, right? I mean, are we going to tell who's going to be on our next episode?
I was going to ask you guys if you wanted to mention that or not. I'm actually not going to be on the next episode next month. I have a business trip coming up, and I will not be available to record. So, similar to we're having Dan step in to fill in for Zach, we're having another special guest step in to fill in my spot. Actually, Hunter's going to take over hosting again. But we're all very excited to announce that one Mr. Bob Buell will be joining the show next month. So get excited to hear Mr. Steel Battalion himself come on the show.
God, that whole thing was so amazing. That makes me excited to have him on. But so we actually met with him and kind of brainstormed a few ideas and wanted to make sure that what we chose was something that he would kind of want to discuss. But he came with a whole list of stuff, and on his list was top 10 urban legends, and we just love that idea. That is a idea that could be rife with problems, but it also is one that's really fun, and I think it's going to be really fun discussions. So urban legends, of course, being anything. It can be something that was huge, I think I brought up the example of there was an urban legend that Sub-Zero had a polar bear fatality in Mortal Kombat 2, and it became so prevalent that this fatality was in the game somehow that it never ended up being there, but they actually made a polar bear fatality for Mortal Kombat 3. So urban legends kind of have that power sometimes. So it can either be something big like that. It can be something that actually turned out to be true, but was an urban legend at first. It could be something that was just specific to you in your area, your middle school, or wherever it is that you heard this. We want kind of the fun stories. I don't know how this is going to coalesce into a top 10, but we're gonna vote on them and have some fun.
So make sure you
playground rumors, people.
And I was gonna say, make sure you put in what it was and why it was important, because
you're gonna have to talk this one.
Tommy said that there was a topless mode in Tomb Raider. No, give us more info.
I mean, this one's definitely going to be a fun place to come tell some stories. I was actually thinking about how when we were talking about Night City, there was an urban legend that Siri was somewhere in this game, because Siri apparently appears on a magazine cover somewhere in the game. So there's lots of Easter eggs in there. So people were convinced that you could bump into Siri.
She talks about it in Witcher 3.
She does, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So there was reason to believe this urban legend that she's in Cyberpunk. So that's just another example. And we're sure there's people.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob himself said he had 5. So I'm excited to hear some of what his are. So urban legends, whatever you got, whatever was a fun one. Bring it to the Discord, and we're gonna line them up and rank them for our next top 10.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, and probably gonna get a little wild too. So look forward to that, everybody, next month. And Bob is just a gem of a man, so we're really looking forward to having him. I'm disappointed I won't be here to share in the love on that one, but it's gonna be a good time. All right, so that's going to cap the Gaiden Top 10 section, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Indies Nuts. All right, welcome back. Before we jump into Indies Nuts, we want to give a quick Patreon patron shout-out to our wonderful supporters on Patreon. We'd like to just say thank you so much to Pucho, Aunt Jay, Dakota Falk, Randall Reborn, Austin Sheen, Cherie Clark, and one Dan Geaslen. I don't know who that is, but
He's a loser.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting us on Patreon. We really appreciate it. If you'd like to support the show on Patreon, like these wonderful, lovely folks, you can do so by heading over to Patreon and looking up Great Game Debate. You'll find us there, and we would appreciate the support. If not, just want to say huge thank you just for listening. We really appreciate that as well. If you made it this far in the show, you're watching on YouTube, please give us a like. And if you haven't subscribed yet, a subscribe would be great too. It really helps us with the algorithm to click that like button and kind of get us into the ears of more folks. We would love to have more folks listening to the show. And so, help us out. Click that like button, click that subscribe button. We would appreciate it a lot. Also, join us on Discord. It's where we make all of this happen, where we do all the nominations, and where we do all the voting and come up with these great lists. We have a lot of great discussion over there about video games and TV, music, anime, just what's going on in life right now, kind of support and love on each other over there. It's a great place to hang out. So come join the Discord. There's a link to join in the YouTube description. Hunter always puts it up there. And we'd love to see you come and join the Great Game Debate Discord. That would be awesome. All right, with that said, it's time to jump in these nuts. This month, we have a pretty cool game. I gotta say, I was really surprised how much I enjoyed this one. This was Hunter's pick. Hunter, would you like to lead us in on the discussion on this game?
Sure. We played Mullet Madjack, which is it's like a single player kind of first person shooter, kind of roguelike game made by Hammer 95 Studios, published by, I don't know, how do you pronounce that one? I don't know. Popia Games?
Popia, maybe?
Yep. Again, these are indie games, so sometimes they have, we're always learning new developers and publishers and things like that. Released just back in May. It's a pretty new game, May 15th. And I honestly, I don't even really know what provoked me to want to play this game. I think it looked like it had very little reading involved, probably, which is nice.
Reading involved,
like when it's my turn for like in these nuts picks, I'm like, I'm gonna pick something that's not going to tire me out. So, also,
you don't have to read, and you can die a lot.
Yeah, it just also looked like this really awesome, like kind of cyberpunk anime, like 80s version of like Samurai Cop. Have you ever seen that horribly good bad movie? That's such a good bad movie. Anyway, I think for whatever reason, Mullet Madjack reminded me of Samurai Cop. And I had looked at some of the reviews, and I'd seen it reviewed really well, and people were just like, this is like so fun. It's like an adrenaline rush. It's like being hooked up, like doing like an IV, like just pumping dopamine. And it's like that in the game, but it also is kind of like that when you're playing. It's almost like, you feel like you're this character. The game is, if I can just kind of try and describe it, it's like the actual gameplay. So it is against first-person shooter, but it's like very animated style, like sprites, and you're just essentially in this building running through these hallways, and you're literally like hooked up to like social media where like your actual life is determined by the number of likes you're getting, by like how you're doing. So like when you kill these robots, like you actually get likes on your phone.
Robo-billionaires.
You're like holding up your phone, and so you actually get like, dopamine pumped into your live stream, which like keeps you alive. And so like if you just try and run through the level without killing anything, like you're gonna die just because the people who are watching you do it on social media aren't happy with it. What a concept, right? And I'm going to kind of open up discussion from there. I just would say the gameplay was like really, I thought it was really fun, very fast paced. Like it was such a rush.
Yeah. So the concept of the game, it's like a love child of, if you've ever seen the anime Bubblegum Crisis, from the early 90s, mixed with the Jason Statham movie Crank. So like Hunter said, like you have to keep that dopamine level up or you're going to die. And you're trying to rescue this like social media idol who's been kidnapped by these robot billionaires, and they're like taking her up this tower. So you're trying to get up the tower, going through level by level, floor by floor, try and get to the elevator to get to the next level to make it through, so that you can rescue this quote unquote princess at the end. And every 10 floors you get to a boss fight against, and they're pretty interesting actually how they kind of mix up the bosses in this in different ways, which I really did appreciate. But it's like none of the floors take more than, I would say, like at most like a minute and 20 seconds. Like if you're really
it's very
slow,
fast. Because you can't be slow. Like if you're taking longer than a minute and 30 seconds a floor, you didn't make it probably. Like so anywhere between like 50 seconds and like a minute and 20 was usually about where I landed on most floors. So, and I really liked the fact that I mean, you could describe it as a roguelike, but I really liked that you were doing it in like 10 floor chunks. So if you made it to the 10th floor, it's like that was now your new starting place. So it wasn't
you get a checkpoint at that point, and so if you happen to die, you don't have to go back more than to the last checkpoint that you hit. Which is really nice.
Yeah, and you get these kind of, I mean, you definitely do get some like roguelike like upgrade choices between each level. So you're kind of picking like what gun, like what upgrades, like what some of them are meaningful and like really helpful. Like you can add a second to your time. Like, I mean, a second or 2 seconds to your time doesn't sound like a lot in most games, but it's an eternity in this game. Like if you have like an extra 2 seconds to find something, like stab a robot in the face with like a hatchet or whatever you're holding.
Like going into a fan or something, or an electrical panel.
So many like crazy environmental kills. The environmental kills were amazing. Like where you would electrocuted, but
that was my favorite part.
Really cool, and you get these upgrades, and some of them are like they don't help you at all, but they're just like add more dialogue, which I kind of tried to make a habit of picking every time because I was like, how do I not pick this? I just want to hear what this dude says. I don't even remember anything he said because it was so freaking fast to play like that. I wasn't even paying attention, but I want to like by the way, I recorded my playthrough of this and put it up on YouTube so I could like go back and watch it. I've watched a little bit of it and I'm like, man, he does talk a lot. I never even really noticed how much he was talking. But
I'm gonna just jump in real quick because you did mention the talking there, which feeds in really well to our patron comment from Randall Reborn, who jumped in and played this game with us. Thank you, Randall, for playing. Randall says, finish the story mode in Mullet Madjack. Really good game. Gameplay was a lot of fun. Find a flow, keep going. The chaos on screen sometimes was distracting, causing me to turn down the difficulty and learn the game. But once you learned how the game worked, it was a blast. Gave me neon white vibes at times. I wish the level design was more varied, to be honest. Even though this was a short game, varied levels would have kept things feeling fresh. The game is oozing with personality. One of my favorite power-ups between floors was, quote-unquote, talking protag, which has Mullet saying even more one-liners. I have to go through some of my faves. Sit up straight. I'm here to kill robots and drink soda. Go touch some grass. Eat more potatoes. And then at the end, can I give you a hand, handsome? This was from the princess at the end, reaching for the shifter in Mullet's car.
I remember that one. That's so awesome.
Yet another Indies nuts that had me laughing. Great choice. I'll definitely be going back from time to time to turn up the difficulty for even more robo-killing mayhem. And he gave it an 8 out of 10. And he says, oh, and the music was truly fantastic. And to that end, I just want to say, like, it was fantastic. The music in this game was exactly what I listen to every day. I mean, I listen to retro wave. That's kind of like my mainstay for, in the car or at work or whatever. And it's just chill and I love it. And when the title screen of this game popped up and it's just him like getting in the car, like revving the engines and then just driving, and he's just driving, across this bridge, there's water in the background, and it's just super chill, like 80s synth stuff with a saxophone in the background. I about melted. I about fell out of my chair because it was so amazing and I loved it so much. And it's my favorite title screen of any video game ever, and probably will be until the day I die after this.
It's really good.
I loved it. I just sat there, I listened to the music for 10 minutes and watched that play out before I started the game. It was it was amazing. I loved it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hunter, just for that. For me.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. Honestly, you mentioned he mentioned the difficulty, and I know that you were playing it with a controller, and this was one of the few games, because I don't play video games with my mouse and keyboard almost ever. There's very little chance or time where I'm gonna decide to play with a mouse and keyboard. But for this one, I actually went into it just going just start that way. Just start that way. You're gonna need that extra precision. You're gonna need to be super snappy with this, even though because I freaking work with a mouse and keyboard all day. I don't want to sit here and use my mouse and keyboard when I don't have to. But it was definitely, I think, the right choice for this, because it helped me to kind of cruise through some of the levels. I think if I had been using a controller, I would have had to have dropped the difficulty down and pushed, because I think the difficulty is just basically pushing the time up, right? It's not really much else to it. It's just
it gives you an extra 5 seconds, which is basically an eternity in this game. And I'll be honest, I did do that. I dropped the difficulty down because I don't like roguelites. I don't like having to start over just because I ran out of time, and I didn't want to get frustrated with the game. And I'm glad that I did, because I ended up having an amazing time with it. If I go back to it ever again, I'll probably jump it up, because now I understand the mechanics and I understand how it works. And I was playing with controller, and you do need I wouldn't say you need to be super precise, because a lot of the movement in this game is narrow corridors, and the stuff is in your field of view within a couple of degrees of movement. You just have to turn slightly right or left to hit most things, depending on what weapon you've got. But it definitely makes a difference in the frustration level. I feel like if I would have gotten all the way up to floor 9 or something and then had to go back to the beginning, I didn't want that experience from this game. So I kind of just cranked it down just a little bit.
No, I think, and they did a good job with that. I kind of settled on whatever the default was. I didn't click off anything else. I probably will go try it on a little bit harder just to see how it feels down the road. But I also noticed that they have a difficulty that's just straight up no time. I think they call it boomer shooter or something.
Boomer shooter mode.
It's just you could just casually walk around and shoot robots if you want, which actually kind of sounds cathartic. So I might try that too. While we're reading people, so I did get some comments from Zach. I want to make sure that I don't forget to read. I don't know what they say, so I don't know if these are completely out of context what we're talking about. But let me just read through Zach's take on Mullet Madjack real quick here. So he goes, Mullet Madjack, high-octane 90s anime-themed homage to the original Doom that delivers high dopamine in 10-second increments. It comes packaged with head explosions, badass main character quips, and epic awesomeness. Madjack is a speedrunner's paradise. Zach's very much a speedrunner type set. As your entire purpose is to go fast, fast, fast. Only taking brief moments to slice through robots and blow up robo-billionaires as you search for the princess. I was really happy to finally get a roguelike game and are in these nuts, as you are required to start 10 floors down each time you restart, or start from the beginning of running on endless mode. Overall, love the chaotic awesomeness of this game. I will keep playing it for a good minute. Thanks, Zach, for writing that in.
Yeah, thanks, Zach.
I'll just jump in here, if it's all right. I wanted to point out, the colors of this game are just overwhelming, and it fits right in with the entire theme. Everything about this game is just in your face, overwhelming, loud and proud, go boom boom fast. And I only played the demo, so I didn't get beyond, I think it's the 10th floor. But the first couple times I played it, I was just I'm not so sure about this. And then I started playing it a little bit more, and I played some today, and I was I'm starting to get the feel of this. And when I whip through a level, and in 37 seconds, I was oh, Hunter did that one in 40.
Oh no.
And it's oh, that feels good.
All right, okay.
Move on. And then I died. But anyway, but yeah, it was fun. And then like looking at the upgrades, it was just like, you get 3, pick one. And it's like, you have no control, but it's also like, hey, I could be a samurai now. Sure, let's sword things. But someone mentioned earlier, but one of my favorite parts was just kicking robots into like the big fans and just like the spray of blood from them, and then also like kick them into the like health machine. It kills them and
soda.
heals you.
Life soda.
The soda was so fun.
It was so great. Loved it. So yeah, that was good times.
I want to say, since like from the demo on, I think one of the things that, despite I completely agree with Randall Reborn on like one of the things I think they could have improved on was a little bit of the level of variety, at least from like the way it looked. But I did like that they kind of incrementally started tacking on, you know, new things for each 10 floors. So like they'd have like a new thing where it's like, okay, in this 10 floors we're going to introduce like walkways that are going to collapse if you stand on them for too long, or 10 floors is like, now we're going to put lasers in, and those lasers were a bitch. I would accidentally charge in those lasers and they would just cut like 8 seconds off of your time and you're like done. So you had to be really careful around those. So they kept kind of introducing just a little bit of a new mechanic, like upping that learning curve a little bit. So, but when you really got the feel for it, you felt like very in tune with your motion and what you were doing. And I thought that was
start
cool.
chaining doors and then like putting those like globes on the outside. You had to like blow those out before you could open the door.
Yeah, just stuff like that. And God, one other thing that I don't want to go unmentioned, but like some of those like actual animated cutscenes were just chef's kiss, just really well done. I mean, they were just so stylish, like, and like there's one like halfway through. Sorry, we're gonna kind of spoil some of this. We do that on the Indies Net segment, but like you fight kind of like a weird sniper boss against like the main boss in the middle of it, where you're like randomly given the sniper rifle and you have to like quickly like spot.
It turns into like silent scope, basically.
Yeah,
kind of.
Exactly. So let's go. You have to like find them in the building, you like find them and shoot them. And then I thought I had lost. I was like, oh man, did I get to the end and lose? But
that's what I thought too. Like I'm like, oh my god, did I just lose like 1 second away from having to?
That cutscene where it's like you're sitting there looking at your character with like just a giant freaking gaping hole right in the head, and and then you end up like getting revived by like your companion is
your Tamagotchi.
Your Tamagotchi companion, you like carry around, and it's like its own AI and like your only friend basically throughout this, and it's giving you like upgrades and you end up after that cutscene. Just I want to mention this because I thought it was so funny. Twice in one episode I'm going to mention this, but little Easter egg in the bathroom. Seashells. 3 seashells in the fucking bathroom of this game
really?
too.
Oh, yeah, I missed that.
It's like every Cyberpunk type game has got to have seashells now, I guess. So another Demolition Man nod and an Easter egg.
Yeah. I liked also how it mixed up some of the other bosses in fun ways.
Oh yeah,
really you get to the end of I think when you get to either floor 40
I think it was 40. I know which one you're going to mention. I know which one.
Yeah, and it basically turns into a turn-based battle thing.
So weird.
Fighting against a robot named Samurai, and he's like a samurai, and you're picking off a menu to do these different moves. He gives you a katana. Because when you try to shoot him, he just blocks the like bullets with his sword, and you're trying to figure out because he keeps parrying everything that you do. He'll like dodge away. You can't hit him with the menu attacks, and you're like, what the hell am I supposed to do here? And then finally I'm like, wait, am I just supposed to move forward? And so finally you just like, move forward, and you just like, like
nail him,
put a sword through his head, like because the menu thing was just like a complete red herring.
I personally I thought it was great. I personally would have liked the bosses to have been a little harder, but maybe I just needed to play on a harder difficulty because I didn't really have too much trouble beating them. But man, they were so fun to beat anyway. Like they were all like great designs, and
Yeah, the soda machine one also.
I love the one where I think it's the first boss you beat, and like after you're done, you like walk up and you actually like pick up like an arcade cabinet like light gun, and there's like a light gun game that you can like shoot like you're kind of shooting the boss like but in like an arcade cabinet form to progress.
I didn't even see that.
Did you not? What?
No, me neither.
I don't recognize that at all. It's not ringing a bell for some reason.
It wasn't like a mini game. It was kind of like you were just skipping forward. But there's definitely an arcade cabinet where you pick up a little plastic orange light gun.
No, I remember that.
Yeah, and you're like shooting the screen, and it kind of progresses. It's almost like you're skipping dialogue if you press it. But I couldn't help myself. I just wanted to shoot him. So,
Gotcha.
But I'll put it in the the video edited down here so that you can see this game like when you watch it back. It was, I just think it's like there was so many little touches like that that were just fun. Like this game was like, it was just pure fun. Like it definitely wasn't trying to like get to you like on any deep level or anything. It was just
well, it seemed like it was maybe kind of trying to get something a little bit deeper.
It had some tongue-in-cheek stuff.
Do robots have souls? Do we have souls? Like, what does that mean? You know, like you're with your little Tamagotchi and stuff.
Sure.
It seemed like they were kind of like leaning in that direction, but they never really went there like all the way, and so it kind of like got like forgotten.
I didn't want to really. I think I probably misspoke because you're right. Like there were some very like deep. Like, a lot of it again was tongue in cheek, but like the whole concept of basically. Like this is what like social media is doing, and like you're all doing it for something so superficial because the whole point is that you're just gonna get these like really nifty shoes. Like
shoes,
like
you're
you
doing
get
all
the
this
shoes, and then like when you go back and replay the game, you can put on your new shoes, and like so when you kick robots, it's like oh, there's the new shoes, and it's just like I think it's supposed to demonstrate like how superficial kind of we are.
Yeah,
like, and now we're just like, this is stupid fun. Like, ooh, people love this.
Got that like ridiculous like RoboCop like hyper capitalism thing going on, which I always kind of poking fun at that stuff. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
What did you think of the kind of the announcer or I don't even know what you call her, the girl that's like
annoying as hell.
Girl.
But she was annoying.
Yeah, there's an option to turn her off.
You can turn her off, if she's annoying.
Like
too
with the
much,
press of a button too. Like you don't even need to go into the menu. Like if you've had it, it's like right there on the bottom right. Here's the button to shut this chick up.
I thought she was amazing.
Yeah, I liked her. I thought it was part of it. I thought she was intentionally annoying, like but that
absolutely.
was fun. So I mean, I didn't want to miss that.
Yeah.
Sometimes the characters
it felt like bad translation anime, and it was like, oh, this is perfect, just so perfect for this game.
Yeah, I think my favorite, like, I mean, if you call them these, but like character in the game that was definitely Tamagotchi. I mean, at one point, you have to he sacrifices himself via paper, rock, scissors.
Yeah, that was a boss fight.
That was a boss fight. You have to literally play your Tamagotchi in paper, rock, scissors because the only way to get the boss reset or something so that you don't
open the door. You have to beat a boss, but there was no boss.
There's no boss.
They killed the boss already.
Yeah, they were like trying to. It was like fourth wall breaking stuff. But it was like you can just beat me as the boss, and you play him in paper, rock, scissors. Like what a crazy idea. Oh, and the car chase scene, like the car.
Oh yeah, I love that at the end.
That was so
good. Cool.
That was.
After you think the game is over,
that had like
you actually haven't. You actually have to still fight the last boss. Is it a giant mech flying around, shooting rockets at you, screaming "Bullet!"
Yeah, and it's basically like an homage to like on rails like arcade like light gun shooter. Like it was like T2, like where the rockets are like coming out of something. You got to shoot the rockets before they get to you. They're like scattered all over the place. You get like shotguns. She's handing you different things, and then the end and the ending like cutscenes and stuff were all really fantastic. It was just a joy to play. Honestly, it wasn't very long. It was like the right length. I mean, $20, but I felt like I was very happy to have spent $20 on that.
There's a lot of replayability there.
A lot of replayability
for sure.
No complaint with a $20 price tag.
What was your guys' favorite weapons in the game?
I was going to ask that.
I had one that I just couldn't put down. It was, I guess it was like a kind of like a plasma railgun of sorts. Like it was like it was like a one-shot thing, and it was like I was just nailing headshot after headshot, and I was like, why am I going to put this down if it's basically like I was like breezing through levels with that? And then I would try something else out, and I would get destroyed, and I was like, yeah, because I have to shoot the thing like 4 times before I can move on. Like when I could just take my time and just like, pow, pow, pow. So I did find that one to be, I guess, I don't know if I would say it was my favorite per se, because it was just the most effective. Like I really loved using the shotgun, but it just wasn't like making it easier for me to progress. So I didn't.
Did you level up the shotgun ever to level 3, where it's got like explosive rounds and stuff like that?
I got stuck in my ways. Yeah, that was boring.
What about you, Brad?
As I've stated several times on this show, I am not a first-person shooter guy. I am not good at first-person shooters. I found myself exclusively using the sword. So I have this combo that never failed me. It is a dash, a slash, and a kick. Repeat. That's it. Boom, boom, boom. I'd soar through levels in 26, 30 seconds.
Wow.
Almost every one of them. And to be fair, I did turn the difficulty down as Wes did. I want to say after like chapter 4 or 5, I found myself up against the wall. But that strategy pulled me through the rest of the game at the lower difficulty level, even at the higher floors.
Nice.
That was it. Like all I had to do was like line myself up, dash slash kick, dash slash kick, dash slash kick, straight through the levels.
Nice. How about you, Dan?
I feel like I broke the game.
I did not, like, I only saw a handful of the weapons because I didn't buy the whole game, but the one that stuck out to me was like the submachine gun Uzi like gun.
Yep.
I loved that because part of it was with the pistol. I was like, I felt like I was spending too much time trying to line up a shot. And then it took so much time to reload. I tried the sword and I did enjoy it, but at one point I switched over to the submachine gun, and just like the amount of lead it could throw down, and it was just like I just am running and gunning, like that's all I'm doing. I'm just shoot, like, spray and pray and keep moving.
Yeah, I use the SMG a lot also, and then in the back half of the game I switched over to the shotgun, just again because you don't have to be super accurate with that, and then when you upgrade it, stuff starts exploding everywhere, which was really fun. I really also, Hunter was talking about the headshots, but I also really love the fact that there's lots of crotch shots in this game, and you can kill guys with crotch shots as well. And there's a perk that you can get that gives you a plus 1 second bonus with crotch shots, which was super fun.
Yeah,
I never did that, and I saw it, and I was like, I don't know if I can break my habit of like aiming at the head now. I've like gotten so used to, I just can't retrain my brain to do anything that quickly. So I was like, I'm gonna stick with headshots, but I wanted to go back and definitely try that one. Because there was like a lot of like really fun like perks and power ups and stuff you could do. And I wanted to try some different guns because I definitely got very stuck in my ways with the one I had.
There's a perk you can get just to place red barrels through the levels.
I did do that.
For more explosions, which was fun too.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, has anyone played this game since Wednesday? It was updated Wednesday.
Really? No.
What
did they do?
They actually just added a bunch of crap to this game. Besides like bug fixes and stuff, I just kind of copy pasted the notes here. This is kind of the new stuff that like added to the game here. So these are some of like the perks in between levels. There's a new one called Weapon Buyer. Description is a newly acquired weapon does double damage at that floor. Now you have reasons to switch weapons to make new builds and play styles. Ninja Demon, every floor with double start every floor with double damage until you take damage. Bigger explosions, double the radius of all explosions. Fast throw, the sword returns to your hand much faster after a throw. Laser bonus, you get a full extra second kicking an enemy into a laser trap. Ninja reload, 30% chance of a kunai being launched after you reload your weapon. Cross shot, the first shot after reloading can freeze enemies. Art of War, double damage if you're double damage if you were at your last 3 seconds of life, and safe space, cut melee damage by half. They've also added a new permanent power called 4 slots. No description. I'm imagining that just gives you an extra option between floors. Instead of 3, you get 4.
Sure.
And they've added Zach will be excited. They've added a new speed run mode with new leaderboards and like times to beat. Like
See, that's what it really does
like
need
speed run
to-
gold
yeah.
and stuff. I just thought I'd mention they could literally just update this game.
This really is kind of like a speedrunner's dream kind of game where you can just blow through some of these levels if you know what you're doing. I do want to mention, I guess, one other like just minor. This is such a petty gripe. I feel like a petty bitch. I look like a petty bitch.
Let's hear it, Nancy.
Thanks, dude. This is so weird because I really loved like the sections. They're a little repetitive, but I really loved the sections where you're like sliding down things and shooting and like that was great.
Yeah.
But like I cannot break my too over analytical brain from the fact that you're in a building trying to go up and they just have places to slide down. I'm like, I have slid down like 8 times this level, I feel like, and I should just be on the ground floor again. I'm like, this is just breaking my brain doing this. And that's why I said it's very petty. It's a video game. I realize that you're still on the floor when you're sliding down. I guess they're just really monstrous floors with like huge. I mean, even some of those places where you're like on platforms, you're like looking down and like you're like, oh, it's like a bottomless pit. Like, what kind of building is this? This is fucking crazy. Anyway, again, like I said, it's very minor.
It's a Madjack building.
Yeah.
Right.
It's nuts.
I'm eager to see what other gripes you guys have. So I think I'd like to do a round robin scoring real quick with your final thoughts. I'm gonna start with Dan.
Yeah.
Your final thoughts on this game?
Fast-paced fun, and not necessarily my style because I just don't do roguelites well. But it was jolly, colorful. I'm supposed to give it a score, right?
Yep. Please.
I would give it like a 72.
All right. Very specific. Love it. Hunter.
I loved this. I had so much fun. I liked that it was like a nice little like a game that you can start and finish in one go, like I did. 2.5, 3 hours, basically what you need on like just a normal difficulty. It probably would take longer if you're having to repeat a bunch, but I didn't really find that I had to do that a ton. But I think it took me, my playthrough only took like 3 hours, which by the way has gotten a decent number of views on the channel. So thanks to people that have gone out there and watched that.
Surprisingly good number of people have checked that out.
I think if you get like a full playthrough of a game that's like a nice, like, easy little chunk to watch, people probably tend to like go watch those. I'm not sure, but I'm glad people are, and I hope they're enjoying it. I'm going to say I'm going to give this an 83. So I'm going to give it a specific score too. I really liked it. I think they could like the things I didn't like are very, very minor, but I would absolutely recommend this game to anybody. I think it's so fun. By the way, I want to say that Zach gave it, I didn't read that out, but he gave it an 8.5. And I think we mentioned Randall gave it an 8.
Yeah.
Brad?
Oh yeah, I enjoyed this. Again, not a big shooter guy. Certainly not a game I would pick out for myself. And I love kind of we are. I think Zach, myself, and Wes tend to pick from the RPG and Metroidvania genres a lot for indies. So I appreciate that Hunter kind of went out of our little where we kind of stay outside the box for us, and I appreciate that. It's the first shooter I've played in a long time, even though I use the sword most of the time. Love the color palette, like Dan said, colors are great, oozing with style. This is like McBain the game. I love it. So I'll give it an 8. I had a blast with this, and I was surprised, like when I when I first started looking at screens of it, it looked absolutely great, but I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this. And I love, you know me, I love my roguelikes. So kind of having that, you know, mixing it up once you die, you know, like you lose everything and you're starting over and you get a whole different build, you know, based on the roll of dice. I love that kind of stuff. I really do. So, you know, it's all about the run, and I'm all about the run. So, yeah, had a good time. 8 out of 10. Nice. Well, for me, it was an 8 at the title screen, just starting off, because I loved it so much. And it only went up from there because I was really worried coming into this game that I wasn't really going to love it. I mean, it has all the trappings of everything that I should love. The aesthetics of the game were amazing, and it was perfect. I love anime so much, and just the whole anime aesthetic of this whole thing really appealed to me a lot, but I was really nervous about the roguelite elements because I don't do roguelite very well. It frustrates me to no end, just having to die and restart. So it really made me nervous about how much I was going to enjoy this. Also, how like frenetic and fast paced it was. As Hunter mentioned, I don't really do mouse and keyboard stuff a whole lot, so it worried me from that aspect as well. But I was really surprised at how easy it was just to jump in and have a good time and just, you know, beeline through these levels, just bam, bam, bam as you go through, to the point where like I played just like an introductory session. I just did like the first 10 floors. I was like, okay, that was cool. It was interesting. And I was worried about how difficult it was going to be to get back in and do the rest of the game. And I really surprised myself when I sat down one evening. I'm like, all right, I'm going to pick this up and do another like 10, maybe 20 floors. And I just did the whole rest of the game. And I just went through to the end. And I finished the game and I was like, holy crap, that was really good. That was really good and really fun. And kind of like Randall said, once you get into the flow of things, it just starts feeling easy. Not easy in the sense that the game is easy, but just like, you know, easy to keep going. It really draws you in. It's just fun. It's just like stupid fun, just running through, moving ahead, and blasting. And I really, really liked it. I'm giving it an 8.5. It's a strong indie for me. Really, really strong. Really not much else out there, I would say, that is quite like it.
Oh, it's so unique. So unique.
In what it does with its aesthetics and just the craziness of the gameplay and everything else. It's really, really cool. So,
good pick, Hunter.
Great pick,
Thanks.
Hunter.
Yes, right up there
Great
with
pick.
Turnip Boy.
Turnip Boy and
we don't talk about sounds like
I think this is probably my second favorite Indies Nuts game we've done behind Small Saga.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, really, really good. So
nice.
Right, that's gonna cap our discussion on Mullet Madjack. We kind of did a little switcheroo because I'm not going to be here next month, but Zach and I decided to switch places in terms of normally it would be my pick next, but I kind of want to be here to talk about the game that I choose, and Zach wants to be here to talk about the game that he chooses. And so Zach is taking the next pick. He picked Animal Well for next month. That game's been getting a lot of love, a lot of buzz this year. And Zach mentioned he really...
Till the 11th, by the way.
Sorry?
It's on Steam Summer Sale to the 11th, so...
Also on PlayStation Network, if you have PS Plus, I think it's a free download.
Oh, nice.
You can get it that way as well.
Yeah, at least yeah, I think it is. I mean, it's how I got it. I downloaded it before I knew he was going to pick it, just because I was curious.
Yeah, and Zach was really interested in doing that game because he said he wanted to maintain our tradition of Petroidvanias in Indies Nuts.
Nice.
So,
I still think I coined that. I don't know.
I think you did. So if you have any interest in checking out Animal Well, if you've already checked out Animal Well, or you've thought about checking out Animal Well, now's a good time. You can jump in and play the game with us, send us your thoughts on the Discord, and we would love for you to play along and give us your thoughts on the game. So,
yeah.
All right. With that, It's time for Hype Off!
Dan fucked that one up.
Sorry, I didn't know there was a thing.
Well, it doesn't matter. We mess it up every time anyway. It's tradition.
It is tradition. One of these days, it's just going to be perfect, and we're going to go like, "What the hell just happened?"
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, better re-record that one.
It's got to hurt Brad because we have no rhythm. Whatever. I mean, it's a collection. Brad has rhythm. We do not.
I have rhythm, but I can't dance for shit.
Yeah, but you can sit in a corner and look pretty.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm doing it right now.
There you go.
All right, Hype Off, of course, is the segment of the show where we look into the game release calendar for the next month and bring something to the show that we're all hyped about, and then score it and arbitrarily to see who gets the closest, and whoever is the farthest away gets to spin the wheel of consequence, and whoever is the closest from previous month gets the final word on the show. So, this month we'll be talking about July releases, and I'm going to kick it off here with my game. I'm bringing Kunitsugami: Path of the Goddess from Capcom, which is a really interesting game. I feel like for Capcom to be releasing right now. Capcom has been firing on all cylinders with Resident Evil series, Monster Hunter, Dragon's Dogma 2. They just released, and they went through a real kind of lull for a while, and they really brought it back, starting with, I think, like RE7 really kind of brought them back into the fold in a really strong way. And now they're releasing this weird game called Kunitsugami. And it's like a kind of like a tower defense game. When they first released the trailer for this game, everybody thought it was a new Onimusha because it's got that sort of like old style samurai look, with these like the old Shinto gates, and this kind of like masked swordsman walking through this forest, and all these weird, crazy looking monsters that look like they got pulled out of something like Okami or something like that. But it's really something different where the goal of the game is to escort this goddess from one of these gates to another gate farther away. And once the goddess enters the area, the whole vicinity becomes flooded with these monsters. And so you have this period where you can walk through the area and kind of like set up troops, rescue villagers and stuff, and kind of equip them to help fight back the horde while you're escorting this princess through to the next gate. And so it's a really different kind of offbeat, off-kilter game from some of the stuff that they've been releasing. But the thing I love about Capcom is Capcom isn't afraid to get weird. And some of their weirdest stuff has been some of their greatest stuff. Like, think about Beautiful Joe and what that was like, and what a classic video game that is. It's going to be really interesting to see how people receive this game, considering how well Capcom is doing lately. So I am giving this game an 83. I think it's weird and it's wacky, and I think people are going to be open to that. I don't know how it's going to sell. That'll be really interesting to see as well, but I think it's going to score reasonably well. I'm going to kick it to Dan first. Dan, what do you think of Kunitsugami?
I have only looked at it in the most brief manner, and I gotta say the art style really is interesting. It's very, it's beautiful. It's it's very unique in my in my mind. And so as I was looking at it and hearing you talk about it, right, I funny enough, I put 83. But I can't take 83 because you already said it.
No.
You totally can.
No. You can do that.
You totally
it's
can.
Just Zach and I who can't match.
Hunter and Zach can't do that. Like, Ed and I get the same score and stuff all the time.
Yeah, you can't.
No worries.
You can't worry about it. It's just Zach and I, and it's whoever Wes chooses to go first. The other person is screwed. But we do it all the time. But it's just one of the. It's like a. I don't know. It's just one of those brother things. It's,
yeah, I think the art style is going to carry it quite a bit. But yeah, the 83. That's exactly what I wrote down.
Nice. Okay, Brad, what do you think?
firstly, props to Capcom for not making this an Onimusha game. Thank you. Right?
You don't like Onimusha?
I love
No,
Onimusha.
I love Onimusha. But props to them for just like, hey, new IP. Let's not just attack.
Crazy.
Let's just not
Fair
right.
enough.
Let's just not take like an IP and just like make something different out of it. Let's something new, which I think is neat. Instinct is 80.
All right, Hunter.
Looks pretty weird. But like, it's Capcom, you know. Like at this point, you just gotta trust it. You just gotta trust Capcom. Like, what was the last time they had anything that wasn't great? Unlike Dan, I watched like a solid 20 minutes of this game and its gameplay.
Wow.
And after I watched 20 minutes, I still had no fucking idea what the hell was going on. I don't think I came any closer to understanding what this game is after watching it for that long. So I do like that it kind of has a little bit of a tabletop look to it almost. Like the graphics, like it almost looks like you're looking at a tabletop in a way.
I think that they said that some of the levels were kind of like designed in a diorama style.
Yeah, exactly. It's got that.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
It's really
That
cool
is-
looking. I mean, that alone has me intrigued. Like I worry it may trigger an acid flashback, but you know, I think I'd still give it a shot. I'm gonna give it an 86 just because I'm giving it a little bit of a Capcom boost. Zach scored it at an 84, so I got all his scores ahead of time, so I knew not to match his. Like this is a little bit of a treat. I don't have to worry about being
Yeah,
like,
you got a little bit of an edge there, for sure.
this is what it is. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna probably lose anyway. You know.
Yeah, you never know. All right, we're gonna kick it to Brad next. Brad, what are you bringing to hype off?
I am bringing Nintendo World Championships NES Edition.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke at length about it last month. If you want to know what this thing is, just check out News Bites from last month. That comes out on the 18th of the month. Nintendo has been crushing it. They make great games that score well. Unfortunately, on these types of endeavors in the past, like they just don't score. I remember it's like predecessor NES remix. Remember that? That came up in our episode 2. That sits at like a 60 something, like a 60.
What? Really?
Right? No, I'm not saying this game is gonna score that low, but I don't think it's gonna go gangbusters, and I'm not sure it's gonna review. So I'm going for a 78.
Wow.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Dan, what do you think?
That is not what I expected. I looked at this and I was like, wait, it's a nostalgia poll by Nintendo. This thing's gonna rate like big time. And so just based on that, I went with an 86.
All right.
Hunter.
Yeah, I think some of these games in their entirety like wouldn't hold up, but the fact that they were able to like pick out some of the best vertical slice moments specifically for this, I think will make them like the selective nature of it is going to make them stand out better. And I think people are going to go into it knowing exactly what to expect from it. So, and I think their expectations will be met by that. Just given like that they know what these games are and probably have played them before. And I think it's a really great way to go about like kind of creating a speedrunning game. So I'm going to give it, I still going to like knock it off because it is an older game. And I think some of them just don't hold up as well. I'm going to say an 83. But I kind of expect people to score this well who play this. Zach gave this an 86. So it's with Dan on that one.
Now you're making me nervous. I gave it an 87. I thought it was gonna play really well with a lot of folks, just given what it is, and like you said, given the nature of it, where they just took like the best bits and pieces and kind of broke it up. I know a lot of people were like listening to EZA talk about it. They were really excited about because they do achieve it yourself, and they're like, oh, now we don't have to make up these like stupid hard things anymore. We can just like jump into this game and play Achieve It Yourself with these like actual achievements that they put in this game. So I went with an 87. That's probably going to bite me in the butt next month. So we'll find out.
Or me.
Yeah. That's the
It's
fun.
one of those-
Typically, it's
one
going
of
to
those
be.
ones
It's not going to be you, Brad. You win every time.
Chances are it's going to be you, Wes. I'm glad I'm closer to Brad. Let's put it that way.
All right. We're going to jump to Dan. Dan, what do you...
Making me nervous about my number now.
I am bringing Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. It is published by Kepler Interactive. They're a what's the term for it? They're a group of independent game developers. Basically, they've put out like Chia, Scorn, Sifu, and the developer is A44 Games. Trying to see, I had it here. What else they've done?
They did some kind of like, what's that, like genital jousting? I wish I was joking, Hunter.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
I think you're right. Actually, no, they did Ashen. That's the one. That's the big one that they did that is known. So Flintlock is it's a Souls-like with obviously flintlock pistols or muskets, but also with magic powers. At first glance, you start looking at it and it looks like a God of War 2018 clone. But when you start playing it, like there's some very unique flintlock feel aspects to it. And yes, you have a follower who kind of like follows you around, and you can push a button and they'll do their little thing to kind of help weaken enemies. But it's definitely in the Souls-like vein. And like the gameplay. So I played through the demo today. Probably spent a couple hours doing that. And
he's played it.
I went through the first kind of story intro, and I was like, ooh, this is pretty rough. Like it's pretty thin what the story here is. And then I actually got into the gameplay, and you're fighting with a hatchet and a flintlock pistol. And the flintlock pistol will stun you. The way you get ammo for it is you're hitting with the hatchet. Four melee hits will get you a shot with the flintlock pistol. And I wasn't playing it with a controller, which is it's preferable to do that. But I really started to enjoy it. The movement is a little bit different. Running is a little slow, and you don't get a dash. It's just kind of like a dodge, like a real quick momentary dodge. But that becomes really useful for dodging in combat, which I really I never connect with dodging or parrying in like Souls-like games. I really don't do well with that. This one clicked for some reason. I really got it. And then I'm trying to think. As you move through, like you can unlock abilities, and then your companion will actually have some really powerful. Once their meter's built up, they have some really powerful attacks that they can unleash, either like an area of attack or completely isolate one creature from combat as you deal with others. So it's really a great. It feels like a really good. I would say a good AA game. Like it it plays well. I really liked it. There's unlock areas you can move through and like kind of open up, not shortcuts, but essentially like you'll open up a new area and then you can move through it. Creatures, like all the enemies respawn when you rest at a campfire. But one thing that I thought was interesting is rather than having like a Souls equivalent where you lose it all in combat, it's reputation, and you can lose it when you die, but there's an added thing of as long as you don't take damage, you will build a multiplier. and then you push a button to like absorb the reputation for your level up. And when you do that, like that multiplier will increase the amount of reputation that you're gaining. And then if you do die and you go back to your place, you can get all your reputation back, but it will be like there waiting for you. But I really enjoyed it. I expect this game is not going to score well, like super well, because there's a couple of little like glitchy things here and there in the demo, and the storyline kind of was a little bit strange to start with. But overall, I think it's going to be a solid like mid-70s game. I'm going with I'm going to go with a 75 on that one. It played so well. I have to say, like, I really enjoyed the demo, and I was messaging Hunter. I was like, I was seriously thinking about maybe pre-ordering it because it's on sale on Steam sale right now. But it's a $40 game, and it's a good one.
Oh, nice! I didn't realize that it was like more of a like budget game. Well, that'll certainly, I think, work in its favor. I gave this game a 78. It definitely. The combat is the thing that really looks like it stands out the most to me about this game. It has some really interesting looking combat with some really interesting looking abilities during the fighting that make it look really flashy and different with the magic system than a lot of the games of similar ilk that I've seen. And the reason I gave it a little bit lower was you mentioned kind of like a little bit of performance issues in even what you played. I watched the like gameplay trailer for their Gone Gold, and even there I could see the stutter, and I was like, "Ew, this is what you're showing for when you've gone gold." I made me a little bit nervous, so I was kind of thinking more than anything on maybe some of the performance and stuff like that. If that's kind of the way that it's coming out, obviously that can be patched up, that can be fixed. But definitely an interesting looking game. Brad, what do you think?
I'm with Dan, 75.
75. Staying alive. Hunter.
Zach scored it at 76. I'm just going to let him go first for that one. I thought that it looked a little shaky. I heard it like feels good. And hearing that from Dan is kind of promising, but the animations look a bit shaky. I don't think they can really do much about that in like a patch or anything. I think the story, I worry about continuing to maybe be a little off. And, I've been pessimistic in the past, and that has never really paid off for me, so why stop now? So I'll give it a 73. I think it's hard for like some of these studios to pull off games like this. I feel like it's a little ambitious, like to really make a game of this, because it looks fantastic. I mean, the graphics and stuff really looks good and everything, but there's a lot of times like the cut corners and the edges like start to show. And I gotta worry about that.
You never know. Banishers came out earlier this year. I feel like it's kind of like on that same level.
Yeah.
And that game was actually received quite well. Yeah, so you never know.
We'll see. I'm probably wrong. So,
what game are you bringing, Hunter?
I am bringing EA Sports College Football 25.
Where everybody has a contract.
Yeah. Yeah.
As Zach mentioned last month.
Because I'm lame, but I'm excited about this game. I really like growing up, loved the college football iterations of the EA games more than the Madden ones every time, because there's just a whole bunch that comes along with the college football environment, the fight songs, the different playbooks, the cheers, I just think there's a lot more personality to the game. And you can like kind of like see there's a lot more variety and like the kind of like stadiums and places that you play. Like a lot of NFL stadiums, like they're all fancy and stuff, but a lot of them look pretty much the same to me. So like being able to travel around and see these like fully fleshed out, recreated, like college football stadiums, I think is really, really going to be fun. And it looks like they've just put, I mean, it almost shows to me like why Madden has been such trash for the last like however many years, because it just looks like they've put no time. Like they've even had in some of the Madden games like forgotten to like replace like textures that have like the last year's game logo on them. Like it'll say literally like Madden 22 in Madden 23.
Oh,
and like people are just like
that's
literally in the bleachers it says last year's game. Like this is so freaking crappy. You know, like you can't even pay enough attention to like your design to like replace the logos. Like you're just basically showing them. But I think a big part of that is because when you look at this one, it looks like they went way out of the way to get all the little details right for this, and that's a big part of the college football fan base. So I think they're trying to get them back. And you know, we talked about this during a news bite where the reason this game exists is because now these NIL deals are allowing players to license their names for a certain amount of money. They're paying them all like $500 each to get all of the actual college players in the game, which you didn't even used to get in the old games. You have to like go out and like, you know, pay some old dude to like put them on your memory card. And so now you actually just have them there. So I'm excited for it. I still personally worry that one of the places where the Madden game suffers is that the football isn't great. Like it's never actually been anywhere as good as NFL 2K5 was. Like that football game still is better from a football gameplay standpoint than anything Madden's ever made. And because this is kind of under the same mechanics and model, I do worry that people will be like, well, this part still sucks. And that's kind of important in a football game for the football to be good. So I worry about that. But I do think that the environment's going to be enough to kind of get people over the hump of it, like maybe not being like the best football mechanics. They're still serviceable. So I'm going to say an 85 on this one.
And what did Zach give it?
This is my favorite Zach score. He gave this one a 91.
Ooh,
that's a score
you
right
went aggressive there.
Yeah, I am.
Wow.
Again, they have done a good job recreating it, but that's a ballsy score.
It is very ballsy. I also gave it an 85. I really have no idea how to score that game. It just seemed like, you know, maybe people would be excited about a new football game that's not Madden. So 85 was. Dan, what about you?
I'm not a believer. College Bros, man, it might sell, but I swear it's not going to actually be good. I give it a 76.
All right, Brad.
I'm in at a 82 this time.
82.
So,
all right.
Just as a reminder, too, Zach does have a game that he brought.
Right. Yes, I know that Zach has a game.
Okay,
would you like to tell us what Zach's game is?
Yeah, because he sent me his whole thing. I'll just read through his notes here real quick. So Zach brought The First Descendant, which comes out on like in a couple of days. The second, it looks like. He says, oh, please, give me another great looter shooter. Oh, look, it's another game trying to throw its hat in the ring. The First Descendant. Now the question is, will The First Descendant be the first successor in the generation of multiplayer looter shooter? Is this just Nepo, baby? I don't get that reference, but as much as I want it to be a breakout new game that I want to throw countless hours into, I think this game is trying to be the successor to too many games. Want fast out of combat movement of Warframe? Check. Want a third person onslaught like The Division? Check. Want cool guns like Destiny? Maybe. This game really looks like someone saw Stellar Blade and said, hey, we can throw those aesthetics onto Anthem and people will actually buy it. But as much as you can throw pretty paint on something, it doesn't change the bland gameplay. I want this game to be fun, but I am not super optimistic, so I think it will get a 69. So really way in the other direction on this one, a game that he's very hyped on.
Doesn't sound very hyped for, actually. He hyped off.
Do you want me to just rattle right into my thoughts on it, or?
Yeah, would you?
Because I don't have much to say about it. I like looked at it. I wasn't really sure what this was, so I didn't know what to rank it. I did see that it's free to play, which makes me nervous. one of the 3 main characters that you can choose is named Ajax, so that's a dumb name and a big red flag.
Another one's funny.
I'm just gonna. I mean, I don't know. I gave it a 73 because I have no idea. I have free to play like looter shooters. That sounds like he could be potentially bringing us another, like, what was it, like the day gone, or what was that,
was it the day before or
the
something
day
like
before
that?
literally the worst ranked game maybe of all time. I don't think this is going to be that, but who knows? Like, there are people out there that are really excited about it, but it's free to play. Not sure.
Yeah. Dan, what are you thinking?
I am going to be camping when this game releases, so I will not be playing it day one, but I'm playing it pretty quickly. And yet I look at the gameplay, and I'm like, this is just a repainted Destiny. Like, that's really, really the vibe I get from it. And it's free to play. Like, that's the reason why I'm going to try it, but it is not, I do not see this game going well. I also gave it a 69, but because we can't have 2 of them, I decided to go with, I'm going to go ahead and lock in at a 68.
68.
Okay.
Yeah.
Taking the low.
Trying to get that low.
Jumping to you.
I guess I'm taking the high. So far, at least. I don't know what Wes has got in store for us, but I wrote down a 74.
Oh, I also had 74. I guess we're tied on that one. Like we do fairly often.
Are you guys not tied on any of these games?
They tie all the time. It's obnoxious. Didn't you see the opening? It's like tie. Like, they even did the hype off and wrote down the same damn score for just a random game. We pull a random game out of a hat and they just wrote down the same number.
A Hello Kitty game or something.
It was like trying to guess like the same number out of 100. It's like, think of a number out of 100 and they still tied.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, as far as my personal thoughts on this, I like the character designs and the armor and stuff. That was like the big like thing in the trailer. Like, everybody had this really cool looking armor, and then the gameplay looked very bland. And that was kind of, I read some comments online from people who are like played the beta. And they're like,
no,
like, this is another generic ass shooter. The environments are boring and bland and pretty stale. So yeah, get ready. So I didn't think it was gonna hit too hard, which is why I came in with the 74. And so that brings us to the end of the July games and speculation. We have to find out how we did last month. For that, I'm going to kick it to Hunter really quickly. He's going to give us our scores, and we'll find out what happened.
Oh, all right. So yes, last month's hype off for June. So Wes brought Still Wakes the Deep. Final score on that one was a 77, although it was sitting at a 76 for quite a while, which would have changed the outcome of this a little bit. So damn you, Still Wakes the Deep, for being 1 point better. So it was Brad, of course, was the closest to that one with a 78. I took the pessimistic low road and was farthest away with a 71. Zach brought a little known game called Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree, which got a final score of a 94. Brad, again, the closest on that, although I tied him for closest on the money with a 94 each. That game is fucking incredible and absolutely deserves a 94. I brought, again, it was released really early after we made this. I brought F1 24, racing game. Final score on that one, also a 77. I was actually closest on that one with my pessimistic 81 because I had heard that there was issues with them changing the driving mechanics and the controls a bit, and I think that kind of ended up taking that score lower than it normally is for an F1 game. And Brad brought Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, and they all had very good sound reasoning for their scores, and I just didn't listen to them. So the final score was an 89. Brad and Wes were closest to that with an 86. I was farthest away with an 83. And somehow with all the math, even though all the scores were pretty close within like a few points of each other, Brad ended up our winner, which is honestly
Of course.
so
Like he
surprising.
does. Almost every episode.
Brad wins. Again, we're going to get him to pick lottery tickets. We're going to have him, we're going to take him like Rain Man to Vegas and have him count cards or whatever it is that he can do. He's very lucky. Although we also have Dan here, who's like our
We should take them both.
we got to take everybody to Vegas and have them win for Daddy.
Well, we tried that at PAX.
I said win for Daddy. I guess on this episode it'd be winning for Mommy. So I'm still sitting here in my makeup.
We're not gendering you here.
Okay, fair enough. The losers, again, tied by 1 point because it still wakes the deep late movement. It was Wes and I. We both scored the same. I think it was like a 16 or a 17 away. We tied. So now we have to do what has become also
Hype
pretty
off.
common, a hype off. So we're going to get a game. Brad, are you picking a game for us?
Going right now.
He's picking a random
Probably
game.
didn't think
We
I
are
had on
going
this.
to guess the score of something we have no idea what it is, and we're gonna show them on our calculators on our phones because we don't have anything really to write with. Whoever is closest to it will be the not loser, and whoever is the loser will have to spin the wheel of consequences, which may end up again in a Snuggie or in makeup or whatever else we were idiots and decided to write on that fucking wheel. We've had a few of them. We probably have to going to revise them after a while because we're starting to rattle them off. All right.
Got something, Brad?
Yep, I do.
Okay.
This is a 2019 game, PC exclusive, named Clam Man.
Clam Man.
How did Clam Man score?
Clam Man.
Jesus, that's like an oxymoron.
And it actually has a score.
Jesus, I'm gonna mess this one up.
This Clam Man. Oh god.
I plugged in a number and this sucks. I hate hype off.
I have a number 2 just in case.
Oh, just to be smart. Just to
be fun.
Might
Right,
make you
this
spin
is-
the wheel. Be careful.
Okay.
Are we ready to reveal?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. I gave it a 62.
Oh, that's backwards. It's 68.
68 and 60.
It actually isn't backwards for
Yeah.
us. I always do that too. Clam Man has an open critic score of a 59, making Hunter a winner or not loser.
Listen, if there's one thing I know in this world, it's clam men.
All right, well, I guess that makes me the loser again.
Oh man, you're not going to be here next month. What does that mean?
Well, I'm sure my punishment will come through one way
We'll see what it is.
or another.
Bring out
Here's the wheel. Brad's presenting it now. I'm gonna give it a nice spin.
Okay.
I'll do the song.
A nice
Whenever you're ready.
Go a nice spinneroo for West here.
Yep. Ready? Wheel of consequence. Turn, turn, turn. Tell me the punishment that I have earned.
It's makeup. I
It
actually think that
is
is makeup.
a 6.
If
Oh,
it-
that's a 6. No, makeup
Number
is
6.
9.
Number
Oh.
6. Number 6. Number 6.
I get those confused. They look the same to
I think we just did
dyslexic
say-
people.
We did. Well, I hope you have another one locked and loaded, and this will help us not have to mess around next month with Wes since he won't be here. He has number 6. That is, do an impression.
Another
Again?
impression.
Let's hear
Again?
another one. Yeah. You said you had more in the tank, man.
I do have more in the
Let's get you off
tank.
hook. Let's get you off the hook for next month. This is actually convenient. I also wouldn't be opposed to you re-rolling if you if anyone opposes,
We could
it.
just make up. We did kind of discuss early on that if somebody rolled the same number, they would have to redo it. I think even Wes said that out loud, and I know he did because I have it on
I
recording.
didn't say you had to, but I said we could. But I'll leave it up to you guys. If you want me to do an impression, I'll do an impression. If you want me to re-roll,
I think
I'll
we should
re-roll.
leave it to the guests.
really?
Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, because we have to come back and do this.
We have
again.
established that Wes is good at impressions, so I think we should spin.
All right. All right.
That is sound logic.
I guess we're spinning.
Spinning again.
Spin it one more time.
Wheel of Consequence. Turn, turn, turn. Tell me another punishment that I have earned.
It's gonna be a 6.
It's a 5.
It's a 5.
It's a 5. All right. Let's start.
Almost a 6. If it had been a 6 again, I'd be like, just do the impression. The world is willing an impression out of you. Number 5.
5, and it is what?
We've done this before too.
I can't read that, Brad. I can't.
Winner picks loser's background for the next show.
That doesn't work for me,
That doesn't work.
as you know, and I won't be on the next show. So
He's got to spin a third time.
We should also get rid of that. I think.
Yeah, we got to get rid of
Yeah,
that. 'Cause it doesn't really
probably. We
work
should
on
probably get rid
Discord
of
that well.
We need a new number 5 card. Okay, come on,
Okay.
Wheel. Give us something we can work with here today.
Wheel of Consequence. Turn, turn, turn. Give me a new punishment that I've
Yeah.
earned.
For the love of God, it's so late. Oh my God.
It's. I think this
Wheel of Consequences.
waited.
Give us a freaking break. This is what is with this thing?
It is
10.
10.
I think I don't think we've done 10. This
I don't
feels
think
new.
we've done 10.
It's definitely new.
Oh,
Okay.
good. I'm so excited to hear what kind of stupid idea we had that we don't even remember anymore.
Shot of hot sauce.
All right. I will.
Have a bottle of hot sauce in the house.
I will take a shot of hot sauce and we will post it on the Discord sometime in the next, let's say, after the show comes out. How about that?
Fair enough.
That'll work. You owe us a shot of hot sauce, Wes.
All right. I will deliver. I promise.
Brad's
I
choosing.
believe
I'm
that.
just kidding.
All right.
Whatever you got in the house.
And with that, that brings us to the end of the show. If you stuck with us this far, thank you very much for listening. We really appreciate it. As always, thank you guys for joining and for your contributions, for the discussion. Thank you, Dan, especially for being here. filling in
absolutely.
For Zach, and
My
it was
pleasure.
an honor and a privilege having you here. We really
My
appreciate it.
pleasure.
Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we go?
Love the podcast and looking forward to listening to this and hearing all the weird noises I made in the background that I wish I hadn't done.
I love that you. I love that you included your cat in the show. Also, that was
Yes.
real
You're
fun.
gonna get a companion cam for that probably in the edit. 'Cause I already
Yeah,
got that
we'll
ready to
see.
go.
But yeah, no, it's great. I guess I don't know. Is this where we can do a closing thought or something?
If you have a closing thought, that's fine. Brad will have the final thought after the end of the episode.
Good game.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure. Well said.
All right. Well, with that, thanks again. Join us next month for Top 10 Video Game Urban Legends, Animal Well for our Indies Nuts game. And make sure to jump in to that Discord and join us for all the fun nominations and voting for next month's Top 10. With that, thanks and happy gaming. Bye.
Bye.
All right, final thought, everyone. I'm going to circle back around to the beginning of the show and just say I am super thankful for the last year of this show. It has done a lot for me creatively, kind of pulled me out of a hole that I've been in for a long time. The community participation in this has been fantastic. And I do this show with my very, very best friends in the world. And it is the highlight of my month. And I look forward to this so much. And it's been an absolute honor sharing this time with you guys. that being said, that video that I played in the beginning was believe it or not, a condensed version of what I originally made. I have another version that I'm going to upload on the same day that this video uploads. So you can watch that. It has an additional 14 minutes of fun, including, more stuff from our community and maybe a few of our dirtier kind of jokes are involved in that one too. So if you're looking for the kind of rated M for mature version of this video and you want to see a little bit more of the fun that's gone on, it's about a half an hour long. Anyway, thank you for watching tonight, and thank you for watching for the last year, and here's to many more. Salud.